Welcome back to Longford Oval. The next game in this production line of grand finals, the girls under 17 Div 2. And they are underway. Andrew Doyle joining me for this game. And the last game we saw was a wonderful contest that saw East Launceston win the grand final by 17 points over Scottsdale. A lot of white, Andrew, in these uniforms for the girls.
It's going to be very hard to pick the players in these two. They're very similar outfits, aren't they?
Yes, it's going to be interesting. Scottsdale and Prospect. So I think if the Prospect girls had have worn sort of full-on Hawthorn jumpers or something like that, it would have been quite good. But they've got quite a bit of white in them. So nothing much happening in the early stages of this game. Jade Graham, the skipper, just getting a handball away for Prospect. Ball just funneled out. They concentrate on extra hard, Andrew, on this one, I think.
You've really got to be looking at the shorts, as terrible as that sounds, to pick which team they're from.
Well, maybe the socks. Maybe we go with the socks.
We'll go with the socks, Michael. I think we'll stay out of trouble. We'll go with the socks.
Well, here they go. Good tackle. That's been a feature of the last game. And getting in was Taya Lett for Scottsdale with a tremendous tackle. So another ball up right in the centre. Rucks go at it. And free kick, a little bit of kicking in danger. So Lett's going to get a free kick here for the Magpies. Just boots it out wide. Bouncing ball, nicely done. That was by Ellie Moore. Loose ball to be won here. The 23 there, with the red hair for Scottsdale is Taya Dickinson. And a little hook back kick by Sarah Carter. Where did the football go? A couple of girls just standing there looking at each other. Mahalia Clark was in there with the really long hair. So away we go. And another kick out wide. Scottsdale just inching their way forward. Nicely done there by Marley Brown, number 5 for Prospect. Off the ground by Moore for Scottsdale. Here's an opportunity. Was it touched? Will it make the distance. It's kicked off the ground right at the last moment. I think that's a goal to Scottsdale, and that's been kicked by Taya Dickinson. Taya Dickinson gets the first goal of the grand final, and fantastic work right on the goal line. Let's have a look at this, Andrew. Talk us through it.
Well, it wasn't really her goal to be had, but she made sure of it in the end, didn't she? And the prospect player there, I think she thought she was saving that goal, but number 23, who was she?
Taya Dickinson.
She came through like a steam train, actually, and made sure of that goal.
I'd like to see that right on goal line vision, because that may be a goal to Ebony Rainbow, but we're a long way from the action here. It just looked like there was a bit of a gap there, perhaps, and Rainbow got that goal, but it went through. So the first goal of the grand final to Scottsdale. The under-14 girls couldn't manage a goal, but the under-17 Div 2 girls have got one on the board in the first 5 minutes or so.
Already I can see a little bit difference in game with a little bit older age group. They've obviously had a little bit more experience behind them, and they're opening the field up a bit more than the under-14 girls were.
Georgia Parker came out, the number 23 for Prospect. Looked very good coming out on a full burst and grabbing that footy. So it looks like she's got some talent. Up they go, the rucks. Jamming on the boot was Kaylee Quill. Get it through. Ball to be won in the square. Scottsdale defending grimly, and it'll be a ball up. No one can get their hands on the ruck from either team. Well, just Marley Brown just gifted it to her opponent, and an awkward ball. Just kicked off the ground into space. Another kick off the ground. Just tracking it back there was Georgia Singline for Prospect. Another kick off the ground. Gee, she's rolling on the stats, Ellie Moore. Singline funneled that handball through the legs of an opponent.
Was it a handball or a throw?
Well, we're a long way away.
The umpire didn't see it as a throw.
A little bit of sleight of hand. And boot, maybe. Big tackle on Mahalia Clark. And another ball up. And the umpire just having a bit of a word there. Up it goes. Georgia Rigby, the big number 19, in that contest in the ruck. Tackle on Mahalia Clark. Moore. Threw it on the boot. Here's an opportunity. Scottsdale may get another here. Will they? Oh, wonderful tackle. Just knocked her off the kick. And that ball just floats out. And Caitlin Turner had it all to do there. And Sarah Carter couldn't quite get all of a boot on the ball.
She was had a sight set cleanly on those goals, but she just got tackled from behind.
Yes, very focused. They go. Ellie Moore and Georgia Rigby. Comes out to Georgia Singline. Handball over the top. This Prospect defence is working overtime. It's Marley Brown. Quick kick, and that is a behind. Would have been Taya Dickinson who kicked the first goal. So Prospect with some work to do.
She definitely knows where the goals are. She was a bit of a swing round over her shoulder. They're trying to snag another one.
Yep, free kick here going to Prospect at half back. And it'll go to Caitlin Turner. Squeezed the kick out of there. That was pretty good. It's a Singline. or just overran the footy. Just couldn't quite bend. Dickinson for Scottsdale takes it to the line. It'll be a ball up. Need your thermals on if you're standing out in the crowd today. That breeze, a little bit frigid. Up they go. 2 rucks. Rigby and Moore. In a tight contest, this one. Probably held without the football. I thought maybe Ebony Rainbow, but the umpire said, well, it's a pretty tight contest, this. We need to be a bit more emphatic than that. Go the rucks. Loose kick out of there. Sarah Carter getting the handball away. Really close in the clinches. And the umpire, I think I'll pluck a free kick out of there because it looks a bit messy. So long kick up forward. Who can take a mark? We got any crummers? Rainbow. I think he might have thrown that. Umpire cut her a bit of slack. And mark taken here. Nicely done. That was by Marley Brown. Aerial ping pong, that's what it is. Kaylee Quill. Oh, nice bit of pace. That was beautifully done there by Alicia Boyack. And then big forward ran straight past it there in Georgia Parker.
She's still in there fighting for it, though.
Yeah, she is. Another chance here for Marley Brown. Got the kick away. Gee, they'd like a goal here, Prospect. Nicely done, and did all the hard work in the end. There was Kaylee Quill, and then I think probably booted it through for a behind. No, it's not. That's right. I didn't think it was. I think it went out of bounds on the foot.
Well, there's a few cars there behind the goals. I hope they've got windscreen insurance because they're right behind those goals, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Emily Arnold didn't do too much with the kick. And this ball might just go out of play again. It'll be yet another ball up. Tough conditions for the girls. A little bit of that misty rain just flicking in and out, just keeping that ball a little bit slippery. Quick kick out of the congestion. Bouncing ball. Booted forward. Dickinson almost took the mark. Dropped in the end. Rainbow, I think that was. Got it away. And the mark has been taken by Wright. Wright's kick is just a little bit off target. And there's a player out there wearing number 24 for Prospect, and she ain't in the book. So apologies to her. Number 5. That's Taya Richardson. Plenty of support from the many, many fans that have turned up here to Longford today for all the grand finals in the junior divisions. Little handball over the top. Richardson again, just booting it out wide. Bit of a foot race, and they get there and no one wants to pick it up. They just want to bash bodies together. There's a chance here. Boyack has got it on a boot, but Scottsdale's defence is holding up okay. Ball just drops in the middle of a couple of them, and then little kick off the ground. Another kick off the ground. And the umpire's picked out a free kick. And I think it's going to Rainbow. There are a few rainbows around today, I'll say, with that rain. Might be a 50-metre penalty, is it?
Yeah, I think she ran over the mark.
Yep.
I think she's quite realised what she did.
Does the stand rule apply here? The stand rule does apply, and maybe it was that she didn't stand. So this gives a real opportunity here for Scottsdale to get a goal. This is Rainbow.
It's going to have to be a big kick, though.
She's just going to set it up. Hopefully a mark. Here's an opportunity missed off the pack by Ellie Moore.
They were good strong hands off the back of the pack too.
Yeah. Yeah, that ball just didn't actually fall into a palm the way she wanted it to. So Prospect with the kick, but it's going to be turned over. And a mark has been taken. I think probably out of her distance as well. She's just going to sit it up. It's a good-looking kick. She's got a fair piece of it, but it's gone through for a behind. Yes, got a bit of that. Did not quite get it there, accuracy-wise. So Prospect come to this side of the ground for a change. Might be a free kick, and it will be to Richardson for being held without the footy. Not much of Richardson. Very lean. She kicks to half-back. And umpire's blown the whistle. It's quarter time here at Longford Oval, and Scottsdale 1-3-9 lead Prospect, who are yet to score. But I think Prospect had their chances too, didn't they? Went inside 50. It was
definitely down in their 50. They just couldn't quite capitalise on that, could they?
No, they couldn't quite do that. So quarter time here in the NTJFA Under-17 Div 2 Girls Grand Final. It is Scottsdale 1-3-9 leading Prospect yet to score.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
You're watching Duff TV, and this is the NTJFA Under-17 Div 2 Girls Grand Final between Prospect and Scottsdale. And as you can see, Scottsdale with that 7-point lead at the moment, and played it pretty well in that first term. We're about to get underway. Andrew Doyle with me, Michael Maney in commentary. So back into the action. Here's Rainbow for the Magpies. That repelled. Prospect had their chances in that first quarter, but couldn't get it done. It was nicely done by Jordan Harris for Scottsdale, spinning out of a tackle. But well, for Prospect, just got the kick away. And we've seen a lot of this, Andrew, haven't we? We've seen repeated ball ups. The girls just really desperate to get their hands on that footy.
They really want to get into it, don't they? And Prospect has got the scoring end. Seems to be the northern end, seems to be the scoring end. So let's see if they can do something with the ball this quarter.
Nicely done there by Worker. And Rainbow, almost a 360 spin. And that got to be a free kick in the back for sure. Just a little bit off balance there. So Prospect get the free kick, and that's Marley Brown. Just off the boots. Might be another ball up here. No, here's a chance for Prospect. They move forward. Alicia Boyack, the number 10. The Prospect couldn't get it. Sophie Matthews, the little dribbler down the line. And they go. They're inside 50, Prospect, so they've been able to do that, but this defensive Scottsdale has held up pretty well. And there's a spin, and there's a drop in the footy. And the umpire just said, no, that's okay. Not quite sure about that. Scottsdale defending grimly. And Rainbow again. It's a famous name too, Rainbow. Remember Leicester Rainbow. Some talent coming out of Scottsdale down that area. We saw Ruby Hall in the game previous. Just have problems with the knees because strapped both knees very heavily. Here's the ball in the centre of the ground, and getting over and bending over and picking it up beautifully there was Philippa Chilcott. Here's Moore, just goes off the ground. Might have been a free kick there to Richardson. Got pushed forward, so play just going around in circles at the moment. No one can get real clear space and get the ball out and move it quickly.
Very scrambly start to this quarter.
Yeah, Georgia Singline there, just in the bottom of that pack, just with the long sleeve, grey sleeves. Stuck in the middle, and the umpire's picked a free kick here for kicking in danger, so that's going to Taylor Farrell. So Farrell gets close to the mark, but then kicks through. That's okay, and that might be a free kick, let's say, and that's going to the goal, one of the goal kickers in the first quarter. That's Taya Dickinson. So Dickinson just sits it up, hoping for a mark. Moore couldn't quite do that, but on the ground she's okay. Boots it off the ground. She might go again. So this is gaining very good meterage for her team. She's met by the Prospect defence. As I said, there's a young lady there wearing number 24 for Prospect that we don't have. Here's Rainbow. She's been called back though, and she's going to get a shot on goal. So Ebony Rainbow, who was so close in the first quarter. Has she got the journey here? The goal umpire says no, nothing happening there. Central umpire speaks to the goal umpire, and they say, no, that's okay, that's a mark.
It must have been right on the goal line.
Must have been. Almost the mark there to Zara Adams, the Prospect. And the umpires have been pretty hot on kicking in danger so far in this game. So Mahalia Clark has got a free kick, and she puts it out in front of her teammate in Marley Brown, who then gets it over the top. Just need a handle here and can't quite get one. That's Alicia Boyack. And the Scottsdale defence through Philippa Chilcott. Came in, but the tackle was good from Brown, and she wins it. Cradles the ball in the hand and boots it inside 50. Where are the Crummers? Little handball over the top. Scottsdale's defence working okay. Was that a throw? No, held on to the jumper. So that free will go to Taylor Gofton. And now it's been chopped off. Another boot forward, inside 50, flicks over the back. Defence is there for Scottsdale, so they clear the decks, and here's one for the runners. Who can get make and break here? No one. Quick kick out of the congestion. High ball, and it has been marked, and it's been marked by Boyack. Now, Boyack's going to kick from right on 50, but I don't know that she'll get the distance, so the umpire says play on. Off the side of the boot. Here's an opportunity. And she's caught Mahalia Clark, and she's not happy about that. And here's the Andrew. Looks like that ball just...
She was just a bit slow. She picked it up and just didn't really have the speed to sort of put it onto a boot, did she?
Dead right. She was in second gear there, and she couldn't quite get up to full scope.
We've got a ball up here, have we? And the umpire's just getting the ball back. He's taking control of the game down there.
Yeah, that's the rule here. When the ball goes out of bounds, it goes internally about 10 metres to the central umpire, and he throws it up. So Boyack. Scottsdale working really hard in defence. They're holding on to this 9-point lead. Ball flicks over the back. Now they've got some work to do here, and they've got to be safe and secure. Good shepherd. Little handball comes over the top. That's nicely done. As Let goes with a long kick out of defence, clears the area really nicely. Moore, she's been kicking that ball off the ground a fair bit today, which has been really helpful to Scottsdale. The umpire's paid a free kick. It's going to Rainbow. So Rainbow's probably been their best player so far. Just pulled the kick a little bit, not purposely. Here's Moore. Moore just jammed it on the boot. A real tumbling ball. Who's going to get there first? So the Prospect Hawks certainly get there first, but they kick it out into space. Now, little kick off the ground. That was by Stingle. It's a real scrappy old affair today. That's footy right in the middle of winter. Just a bit of a fresh area there. I think that was Taylor Gofton. And the umpire's paid a free kick. Rainbow again. Kick into the centre of the ground. Clark. Brown just boots it off the ground for Prospect. Whoa, she's lost the handle on that. Umpire said play on. That was Philippa Chilcott. Nice little kick back inboard by Richardson. So Scottsdale with some clean footy. But it's coming back. It's going to come back in spades. High kick. Scottsdale having to defend in this quarter. Prospect really pushing forward, but that Scottsdale defence has been very resolute. Little quick kick out of there by Jordan Harris. Harris goes in hard again. Umpire said play on. Georgia Rigby was there. And the umpire said sling tackle. A sling tackle. Haven't seen one of those today. There's a first time for everything. And Mahalia Clark's got a free. And she goes for the little flat punt pass and a little throw, according to the umpire. And it looks like Richardson has got a free kick for Prospect. They're looking for their first goal, Prospect. And they're going to go deep here. Up they fly. Oh, a little missed kick. No one can really grab the footy. Scottsdale have got back in numbers. Moore And that was a throw, or incorrect disposal, let's put it that way. So a free kick is going to Mahalia Clark. Now, judging by the way she's kicked the ball, I don't think she'll quite get the journey. Brown's hovering behind, and yep, that's going to get nowhere near it. So if I was Brown, I would have just hovered then and just taken the handball, run your 5 or 6, and then try and stab the goal through. Ball close to the line. Here's Clark again, who's getting plenty of the football. She got a good piece of that. Scottsdale trying to push back. Prospect trying to surge forward. Ball kicked off the ground. Nice bit of evasive work there was done by Stingle. Kick goes back in deep. But Scottsdale up to the challenge. Nice little bump there. Here's Marley Brown trying to track that football. Rainbow with a handball over the top. Here's the young lady in 24 that we don't know who she is. Richardson's kick smothered. There's our mystery girl again. Moore, kick smothered. Brown, she's tackled, ducked ahead, and the umpire made the right call. She did duck ahead for sure.
I don't think she was really happy with the umpire's decision there. She was really claiming a free kick.
She's not backward in letting the umpire know exactly what she thinks. Here's Moore. On the blind side of the umpire sort of threw that out. It's Scrappy here. Ball's going to go out of bounds on the full. And that was Zara Adams who threw it on the boot. So the free kick will go to Jordan Harris. She's just got to get back on the mark. Really close to the fans now. She just decides to stroll past.
And it was just a stroll too, wasn't it?
It was. Just a little lope. Too high, said the umpire. So the free kick now going to Zoe Stingle. She goes out wide, and the chest mark is taken, and that's Keely Worker. Away she goes. Ball drop wasn't what she would have liked. Dickinson, who kicked a goal in that first term. They haven't been deep in attack. That's been a rarity in this quarter. And the mark taken by Boyack. So Boyack in the centre of Longford Oval. About a minute to go in the second term. They've soaked it up, have Scottsdale in this second term. Dickinson just threw it out in the end. Little kick by Boyack will go to the line, and it'll be a ball in. Or at least a ball up. That's the way they roll here in this competition. The juniors. Nice little knockdown by Lett. The Scottsdale had they got a goal here just before half time. Be a nice little buffer going into half time. Moore couldn't pick it up. About 15-14 seconds to go. So Scottsdale have to try and keep them at bay. Here's a chance for them to clear, and that'll be enough, you would think, as we get to the halftime siren. And there it is. That's halftime here at Longford in the NTJFA Under-17 Div 2 Girls Grand Final between Prospect and Scottsdale. And Prospect are yet to hit the scoreboard. Scottsdale have 1 goal, 3-9, and the goal was kicked by Taya Dickinson in that first quarter. So both teams not able to get a goal in that quarter. And Andrew Doyle, it was a hard-fought second term.
Michael, I think Prospect will be a bit disappointed they didn't score. They had that ball down in front of their goals quite a lot in that quarter, didn't they? But the Scottsdale defence were very strong and prevented any scores on the board.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I think a good team defence by Scottsdale. They had a lot of work to do in that second term, didn't they?
They definitely did.
Yep.
And number 6, I think, for what was number 3, Mahalia Clark, I think. Oh, Marley Brown, sorry, number 6. Yeah, Marley Brown. She's got the red hair down there. She had a fair bit of the ball in that quarter for Prospect.
All right, comments from Andrew Doyle. It is half-time here in this NTJFA Under-17 Div 2 girls competition. It is Scottsdale 139 leading Prospect yet to score.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
To get this game underway. Prospect trailing by 9 points, and some of the kids having fun. It's great.
It's a good crowd out there in the stands.
Nice crowd. As we're underway in the second half of this match, Scottsdale had to defend grandly to thwart Prospect moving forward, but they just couldn't quite score Prospect in that term. And Scottsdale just about inside 50, chopped off by the Prospect Hawks. Ball just gets over the back. Opportunity for Rainbow, just I think rammed right into Georgia Singh line. Cool day, a cool winter's day. Rigby will go up in the ruck almost on her own. Little kick off the ground. It's been the way forward for a lot of the teams today. And they get a chance. Just boot it off the grounds. Rigby got it out into wide open spaces and just doesn't appear. It's a big ground this, but it doesn't appear there's been too many wide open spaces. There's Jordan Harris on the outer side there, doing some of her best work. Little kick forward, so Prospect would love a goal. It's a bit laconic in the approach there. And the umpire's paid a free kick and is going to Scottsdale with the look of the clapping of the hands. So Lett has got a free kick. Quite a bit of elevation in the kick. Caitlin, in fact it was Sarah Carter who couldn't quite take the mark. No one can get a positive handle on this footy. Now a long kick forward. Prospect trying to go into attack, but that Scottsdale defence has been resolute. Some good tackling. Nice little kick off the ground there by Butwell. Richardson. Just another kick off the ground. Might go against them here, and that's a nice little front-on smash there. Kaylee Quill really copped it. And a kick downfield by the looks of this, and that kick will be taken by Eleanor Bonner. So Eleanor Bonner, from about 30, doesn't quite get the journey. Opportunity there for Georgia Parker. Scottsdale, kick out of there, no mark. Richardson squeezed the kick, didn't go 15. Moore for Scottsdale, just butters up again. She's got a good taste for the contest, Moore. Clark had the kick smothered. Bonner was in there again. So too was Taylor Farrell, who's done some good work in this quarter. Moore just tapped it. And Rainbow it was. And then with a good tackle, she may be rewarded here, or was she? No, didn't have the ball. So the free kick goes to Kiara Butwell. Butwell on the left, and almost the mark. The old aerial ping pong, Andrew. This is where it really comes into play.
It's just a congested pack of players down there again, isn't it?
It is. No one can get out of there. Yeah, it's a difficult game to umpire too, and the umpires have done a pretty good job in all the games we've seen so far. Haven't been too many they've missed. Centre of the ground. It's a nice little run. Marley Brown's got to get involved here. She ran all the way around it and then decided I'll heave it off the ground. Rainbow got the handball back. And Prospect, little kick forward to the mystery lady in 24. And a ball up. Up it goes. Rigby knocked it down. It's just been a ball up after ball up after ball up, and that's really all the umpires can do, is hope that it can clear, or maybe pull out a free kick.
Well, there's been a few of those given out today too.
And you don't mind that in a way, if you can sort of even it up a little bit. And that's holding the ball, and that's against Keeley Worker. Rigby, it's just threw the boots in, and Ella Medcraft copped it in the back of the leg. An opportunity, could go off the ground here. Georgia Parker A little bit of a fresh airy, but she got back into it. Now she's got the footy and she's tackled the ground, and then then the domino effect with Chloe Sweet hitting the deck.
Some determination there. They're right in the goal square, and Prospect are keen for that goal.
Yeah, they are sniffing it. Just got a kick away. That was nicely done there by Taylor Farrell. Rainbow got the handball away. Squeezing the kick out there was Sophie Matthews. And Scottsdale relieve the pressure again. Well, Prospect have had a lot of the footy in the last quarter and a half, but they haven't been able to get the job done on the board. And another little kick off the ground there by Zara Adams. Clark, she can't kick it far, but she gets it lots. Little kick off the ground again. Here's Rigby. She's about 6'2", and she can't pin down. It leaves that to her smaller teammates, and might be a free kick being plucked out here. Who's it going to? Just got to wait and see. It's a Scottsdale free. So the long kick out. It's coming back in again. The mystery girl kicks it high. Farrell just taken to ground. Rigby's got her. Richardson had a fresh airy. Rainbow with a handball over the top. Butwell might have got it in the back, did she? I think she'll win a free kick. Dickinson says, well, that doesn't enthuse me too much. Not happy. Clark had to sit under it. Fell out of a lap. Butwell goes back in again. It's a bit of a scramble. Quick little nudge out of there by Prudence Banks, number 11 for Prospect. Clark, well, she gets there and gets buffeted off the footy. The umpire letting it go. So the clearing kick for Scottsdale. Brown, Marley Brown, couldn't get through. That's Alicia Boyack just took off, but realised she didn't have the ball. And another stoppage here. Well, the margin's 9 points. And Prospect just can't break through.
Doesn't sound like a big margin, but it is in the context of this game.
It is. So Rainbow's won a free kick here. And she got low to the ground there. Marley Brown took the mark, but the girl standing on the mark's about 10 metres back for some strange reason, didn't move forward. Nice spin out of there was beautifully done by Lett. Our mystery girl dropped the footy. Yeah, and knows it too. So Scottsdale holding on to this lead. Then the kick is marked by Sophie Matthews. Clark went for a little toe poke, and the umpire said that's kicking in danger, is it? And I think she's overly thrilled with that. But they've been consistent with that rule today. Mark's been taken here by Quill. Quill just gets the kick away in time. And it may be a free kick downfield because she was dealt with after she'd kicked it.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit off the ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. Here we go. Just a take that. And Eleanor Bonner from right on 50. She's just going to try and set it up here for someone. And that ball's found its way almost to the 10-yard square.
Right through the pack of them, didn't it?
It did. Matthews. That kick didn't go the distance, but well, the umpire's paying it. The mark's been taken by Prudence Banks. So Banks with a bit of a run-up. And then she lost her balance, but she got some elevation and distance in the kick. She couldn't quite take that one. Matthews comes back in. She's had a nice little patch Matthews. She goes back in after the footy again. And that ball was held to her, but she was lucky enough to get the kick away. Number 12 for Scottsdale there is Ella Saunders. Little handball away. Farrell tries to get through, got the handball away, close to the line on the outer side. And the boundary umpire says that is out of bounds and needs to be brought in 10 metres. So we've got about 2.5 minutes to go in this third term, and Prospect haven't been able to make a dent in that 9-point lead that Scottsdale have.
They've definitely had the ball and they've been down in their 50, but they just can't convert.
Right. So another free here. It's going to Clark. Well, she's got a bit of distance with that one. That's probably one of the better ones for the day. She still gets it a lot. She's got to work on that kicking a bit. But that's part of the women's game that's getting better and better. Richardson. Here's an opportunity, their best chance so far, and it's a behind. So Prospect are on the board, and that's a good thing. Even a behind might just give them some confidence, because they've really played exceptionally well in the last quarter and a bit.
Well, like I said before, they have had the ball down there and they just haven't, Scottsdale defence have just been too good for them. They just haven't quite got there, but like you said, I think they just lifted a little bit and with that score, and let's see what they can do from here.
Prudence Banks just dropped the footy, and now Moore, Ellie Moore, high ball drop, got through a few of them. Off the ground there by Sarah Carter. Number 20 goes back in. Nice little handball to advantage there. Dickinson found herself in a bit of space, and the race is on. Who can get there first? Getting back was Singline. They reel her in pretty quickly. Thought she might have been held without the ball. Marley Brown. Now a couple of the girls want to have a little bit of how's your father? Have decided that they don't like that too much. So what's the umpire going to do here? He's just going to calm them down. He's going to give Singline the free kick. Because Dickinson, she
very fiery. That was a very aggressive little
red
patch.
hair. That was
the red hair.
Really something that got her going there. Well, that's passion, though, isn't it? The free kick, that was a little high. So we're getting really close now to three-quarter time. The siren will go. And there it is. It is three-quarter time here at Longford. And we're talking the under-17 Div 2 girls grand final in the NTJFA, brought to you by Duff TV. Michael Maney and Andrew Doyle. And Scottsdale 139, lead Prospect one behind. And Andrew, for all the play, and not so much dominance, but all the play that Prospect had in that particular term, they couldn't make a play on the scoreboard, could they? They just couldn't break through.
Just that one behind, just to get them on the board, but they were so close several times, weren't they? But they just couldn't quite sneak it through the goals. But
yeah.
It is raining out there now, a light drizzle, and I think that's probably made that ball very slippery. But we didn't see it up Scottsdale's end either, did we?
No, it was pretty much dominated by Prospect. They did it really well, but they just couldn't get the score on the board. So three-quarter time here at Longford in the NTJFA Under-17 Div 2 Girls Grand Final. It is Scottsdale 139, Prospect one behind.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Welcome back to Longford. Girls making their way to their positions. Umpires are just about ready. Crowd enjoying the day, the afternoon. A lot of grand finals on today. Michael Maney and Andrew Doyle with you in this game on Duff TV. It's the NTJFA Under-17 Div 2 Girls Grand Final. Scottsdale lead it by 8 points. Prospect have had an enormous amount of the footy but have not been able to make Scottsdale pay on the scoreboard. We've got the last quarter underway. And let's go with it. Up goes Rigby and Lett. Clark in there, Butwell. And she can't get out of there with the Farrell tackle. So, Prospect have threatened, but they haven't been able to deliver. Clark, well, she just waltzed out of there, got spun, and then she got a free kick for too high.
She wasn't giving that ball up for any reason, though, was she?
No, she wasn't. But the umpire right there saw an arm draped across the shoulder, and she gets the ball onto a boot. It flicks over the back. Here's an opportunity. Might have been a free kick. Oh, Prospect might get a goal here. It's an open goal square. It's through. Kaylee Quill gets the goal they've been looking for so long. Is this the start of a scoreboard revival? And here it is. Ball just got through, Andrew, and Quill, well, she just waltzed through, really, and got it home.
Michael, I think this is going to be a big quarter.
The kids have signalled that's a goal. So 117 to 139, Scottsdale by a thread now. And a goal to Quill really puts some interest into this game now. Prospect get reward for hard work in the end. Will Scottsdale panic? What will they do?
They're really going to have to lift, though, if they Scottsdale to maintain this lead. And they need to sneak another one through down their end, don't they?
They do. So Richardson's got a free kick here. So she cuts through the centre of the ground. Kick just drops a little bit, then falls over the back to Sophie Walker, who couldn't really hold on to it. That slippery ball, that rain's just starting to mist in. In they go. Slippery. Ella Saunders for Scottsdale. She couldn't hold on to the footy. She goes back in again. Quick kick out of there. The race is on. Free kick coming back. And it's going to Prospect. Going to Quill, who kicked the last goal. Up it goes high. Prospect really coming hard now. Lett somehow squeezed that kick out. Can Scottsdale do something with the ball? But this is nicely done here by Prospect. Marley Brown couldn't get it cleanly. In with a tackle is Jade Graham. And a ball up. Things need to happen here for Scottsdale now. They still hold on to a lead. Moore just boots them forward. Which way? Dickinson, who had that really big throw. Here's Dickinson. She's kicked the only goal. She's decided to have a bounce, and that's pretty interesting stuff. Trying to bounce that ball. I don't know that she's gone for a bounce too often in her day, and it wouldn't come back to her. And it's a wet ground. She should have just ploughed the boot into it.
No, it definitely wasn't coming back up off the ground, was it?
No.
There was a bit of an excitement there. She had a bit of an opportunity to drive that one long towards the goals too.
Rigby did it nicely, and Prospect doing well in the clearances, really well. Running onto the footy now is Philippa Chilcott. Ball goes out wide. Line looms. Number 16 for Scottsdale, just getting her boot to ball, which was Brandy Hurst. Kicked off the ground by Rigby. In comes Moore. Tackle by Rigby, her opposite number. Oh, but it was nicely done by Matthews in the end. I think it was. It is Matthews, the tackle. And now it's a free kick. Now let's have a look. It's a free kick. It's going to Chilcott. She's going to have to get back on the mark here a little bit. She's got the tall Rigby on the mark. She's going to go out a little wide. See what they can do from there, but Richardson just gets in the way. She's been terrific today, Richardson. She's got where the ball is, as they say. No one can pick up that footy. Chilcott might have been a little high. Good early call by the umpire. So things starting to take shape here in this game. All of a sudden a 2-point margin. And Chilcott loves that outer side of the ground. Maybe that's the instruction to get it out there and work it in from there. Marley Brown, got on the boot. And just loping for the footy is Gofton. Richardson again in front. Flicks out the back. Let, nice and clean in the conditions. That was well done. Moore, drop what she probably should have taken. And got the handball away, but the umpire said you threw it. So Rigby plays on. Prospect have got a real sense for it at the moment, but nicely done. The mark has been taken by Stingle. Stingle runs off the line. Awkward looking kick, but it's effective. Sarah Carter couldn't quite take it. Now it funnels out, and Moore, she's just gone off the ground. She may do it again. She might need to have a good hoof at it here in a second. And has she been paid a free kick? She might have been held without the footy. See too much in that. So Moore just runs off the line, kicks it long. The spillage, Quill, or sing line, I should say. Now Matthews, don't know where Quill came from. So Prospect looking to push forward. The goal kicker of this quarter was Kaylee Quill. Let did it nicely, just manoeuvred round brilliantly. Oh, big tackle. That was nicely done, but got it high. Oh, don't know about that. Kaylee Quill came in with a bone crusher. Look at this.
It's look, that's a solid tackle, but it definitely wasn't high.
No,
I think the umpy probably has made the wrong call there, but I don't think it's going to affect the game at this stage.
Farrell with the Falcon. It slips over the back. Zara Adams couldn't pick it up. Moore, who's really pushing hard in this quarter. Now another high tackle, and this time it goes to Prospect. So Zara Adams into the centre. It's okay. High kick. Richardson. This is getting interesting now. Oh, touched off the boot. Claiming it, I think, was... claiming it there was Prudence Banks.
Yeah, I think she lost it. I think she thought she had a fair mark there. It was a little bit unfortunate for her.
Might have just been touched off the boot. That's the only thing we can actually say about it. Here's an opportunity now. Getting through was Carter, and she dropped the footy. So Marley Brown. Still plenty of time left in the game. 5.5 minutes. Scottsdale hanging on by 2 points. Prospect pushing forward. Prospect try again. Just got a toe poke on it. Crashing through, trying to push through there was Jordan Harris. Now it flicks over the back, but there's numbers here for Scottsdale. They need to be clean. Oh, the tackle was outstanding, and she dropped the footy. She did drop it there, was Zoe Stingle. And here's an opportunity for Eleanor Bonner. She needs to get really close on the mark. She's fed it forward. It creeps over the back for a behind. A 1-point ball game. 1-2-8 plays 1-3-9, and we have about 4.5 minutes to go.
Michael, this is exciting. This game could go any way, couldn't it?
It could. Yep. You wouldn't want to pick a winner from here. Long kick out. Ball just flicks over the back. Off the ground. That was nicely done by Amber Madden for Scottsdale. She pushed it forward just a little way. And now the umpire comes in and will ball it up. Time ticking away. 4 minutes left. Up they go. Moore knocks it down. Marley Brown. No one can take the mark. It's slippery. It's tough. Quill gets it. Free kick. Holding on. It's going to Prospect. It's going to Bonner. Eleanor Bonner with the free kick. Held without it. There's been a couple of little decisions here that have been a bit difficult to understand, but they've done a reasonable job, the umpires. Bonner gets a good hoof on that. Where are the crummers for Prospect? Free kick in the pack. It's going to Scottsdale. And it's going to Emily Arnold. Arnold with a left boot. A wobbly old ball. Might have been a push in the back. It was. It's for Moore. Crowd's getting right into this game. No doubt about that. Moore, who's been terrific for them, kicks it out wide. It's not a bad effort. It'll just roll out of play. And the umpire will grab hold of the footy and ball it up. We have got under 3 minutes to go.
I think those couple of free kicks there just got Scottsdale out of jail, didn't they? It was a sniff of another score from Prospect then.
There was. In goes Farrell for Scottsdale. They pile on. The umpire will ball it up. Time ticking away. No time on in these games. So the umpires are going to be swift. Knocks it forward. Opportunity there for Amber Madden. She kicked it out into space. Here's Dickinson. I don't think she'll have a bounce this time as she gets a clear run. She falls over. No free kick. The ball comes out and is marked by number 10, which is Alicia Boyack. Here's a chance. Scottsdale, their defence is holding up at the moment. It's a long kick out into space and the foot race is on. Quill got there first. She dropped the footy. Great tackle by Stingle. And Stingle doesn't know that it's her free kick, but now she does. 1 minute and 45 to go. Scottsdale by the skin of their teeth. Another opportunity there for Sophie Walker. Made a contest, and sometimes that's all you've got to do. Make a contest, bottle it up, and she did that. Ball up. 1 minute and 24 to go.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
And welcome everybody, NTJFA action, Duck TV. Aaron Roberts, Andrew Dahl in the commentary position. Andrew, this is your third in a row, mate. You're warmest place to be, isn't it?
Oh, it's certainly better than being out there in the grandstand. So the heat pump's on behind us, but that breeze is coming in through the window, I must say.
I tell you what though, it's hot out there. We just see another fantastic game of football. It was the Div 2 17 girls, and it went down to 9v8. And an interesting call at the end by the umpire, which was a completely fine call by the umpire. But yeah, this game's going to be interesting. These two teams played about 8 weeks ago, and it went down to a kick. Tamar are probably favourites. They've come back from the Division 1 competition. They've dropped down after really getting flogged in Div 1 and being uncompetitive. The NTJFA did the right thing and moved them down. They've now been really competitive, and I can tell you, I saw them come out of the race. They were absolutely fired up, the young lads from up the river. And I've met most of them. I've been out of training. They're a nice bunch of lads, and there's some good young footballers there as well.
Yeah, they definitely ran through their banner with passion, didn't they?
Gusto. It was incredible, wasn't it? There's Summits. He's getting a kick on the ball. He drives it up to the middle. There's a couple of good lads around here. There's Yates. He'll be useful for South Launceston today. And they'll structure up pretty well. Jace Savage is the coach. Jace has been around this group for a little while. There's a good little handball over the top. Look out for Ash Carr. And a couple of players jumping on that footy. But as the day's gone on, Andrew, it's got a little slippery and a little harder. And we're up to probably the teams that are the most skilled. And interesting how they deal with these conditions.
I think if you can stay in front and pick up that ball.
The old-fashioned football, stay in front.
That's it.
It's not a bad strategy. I tell you what, there's a lot of kick off the ground or kicking off the turf. I reckon they'll try and keep it a bit clean. There's a little bit of mizzle coming just down on top of us at the moment. Here's Dale Colson, one of the stars, probably one of the best players in this competition. Another one of those rangy South Launceston players is Oliver Dean, dropping off his chest. There's Oliver Jones. Got to rate him, quality player, dancing around his lane, but he, in the end, missed it. The ball is slipping out. Now it's come out towards where there's a fair bit of crowd building up for this with 3 grand finals to go, and you can hear a little bit of noise of the crowd as Gatenby gets a little bit of space. His delivery wasn't quite spot on by Gatenby, but now the hack out by Riley Woods by Tamar. And there's a push off the ball. There's going to be a free kick here.
That play, he doesn't look too good down there.
No, he's a little sore.
Little Brady Hild.
So on the mark is Woods as the ball's gone up to half forward. There's a couple of players in strong positions. Slippery balls. It's going to be hard for someone like Oliver Dean to take those clean, contested marks, which he's known for. And it's into the interchange bench.
That's their first possession for the day on the bench too.
At least there's a good amount of players on the bench at the moment. We've had these two guys zooming right into the 2 ruckmen. As the 2 hands coming over, looking for Summers. Summers couldn't gain possession, but now it's McCallum. McCallum was slung off the football. Umpire will judge that as he didn't have possession, so McCallum will have it just on the defensive side of centre wing. He's looking up for a lead. There's a couple of players just getting in position and wrestling Tamar with the numbers around that one. There's a ball smothered. Jones with another touch for himself. What are they calling? Deliberate there? I don't think it was. Don't call many deliberates in junior football. It'd be pretty controversial, wouldn't it?
No, I don't think I've seen any today.
It's been a wonderful day of football. Fantastic to have Michael Maney along, someone who's actually trained to commentate. He'll be doing the last 2 games. And sensational having him come down from the coast for these games. Add a bit of flavour. There's around about 8 or 9, probably 800 people in here at the moment, I think. And I only get and build as excitement gets for the Div 1 and the 17 girls Div 1, which I think is going to be an intriguing game. That's Jones again, just keeping the ball in front. Lincoln Black, he's a ripper too, young Black.
There's a big kick off the ground there, drove that ball forward.
There's Jones. A lot of contested work from him. It's literally been centre wing for the whole day. It has not moved here for 4 minutes off centre wing. It's both teams struggling to work the ball out, get clean possession. There's Boyd Savage, who played in the representative game. Good, competent defender, Boyd. Bracken out the back, another sling tackle. Another Falcon, was it?
There's some passion out there on the ground today.
I tell you, there's a lot of Tamar supporters that have come. They've just got the one side. Their girls surprisingly missed out last week. Their 17 girls team, they were predicted to probably be taking on South Donny. And unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, they couldn't get the victory. And East got up in that game. So just the one Tamar team representing the river. Black up high. There's those boys. They're strong and muscular. And they've got it up towards half forward and out of bounds. There's the coaching trust, the brains trust. So we've got boundary umpires for the upper divisions, which is different to what we've seen so far. Good little 2-handed tap there by Dean. Black in best position. You just see how difficult it is to pick it up.
The ground itself's got very slippery.
Yeah, and it's particularly bad this side too. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit less grass on this side. It's copped a little bit more work than the council probably want. And a bit hamstrung with ground to the back end, so that's the way it is. As Dean out the rucky, feeds a handball out to Gatenby, up to half forward for the first time. Just not able to gain control was McLeod, and then just booming it out was Riley Woods. So good off half back. He went without it, Ash Carr. Lovely, and I'll tell you what, Ash Carr nearly ran onto the ground before he's allowed to too. He had some real circles run around his eyes. He was pretty excited and pumped up for this game. Maybe he lost a lot of energy getting ready for it. Call a ball from the crowd in front of us, but it was clearly didn't have a chance. There's Savage, who's starting to get a little bit of the ball. I don't mind him being a little bit further up forward. Dashing around is Templar. Templar's kick's really good. It's going to go towards the forward pocket. This should be the first goal on the board, and it is. I think it was apt, and the Demons are away.
That was a nice little patch of play there by the Tamar Valley.
Look, this is a really good build-up and a good one. And Caden Apt, he was in the right spot, but he worked his way, but it was out the back. And I suppose for such a period of time, the ball was congested here. Once it got out the back, there was a great opportunity to get a bit of a run on.
And he just stayed composed too, didn't he? And just tapped that one through.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, you know, these boys, probably about half of these Tamar lads are probably bottom end, no disrespect, they're sort of Div 2 type players, but the top end guys are quality in both these groups. Obviously South are in the under 16s in both divisions, which just gives us an indication of the strength of their football club. They're the strongest and have been for a little while, for at least 2 to 3 seasons, and they're probably the strongest in the girls as well. As winning the free kick was Daniel Jordan, the vice captain. He's a ripper, Jordan. To punch over the top. Just want to lift here a little bit as Gable's got it in a slinging handball out by Long. Look at the Tamar guys around. Had no chance of getting away there. Hollingsworth. In fact, it's Dale Colson. He'll be closely checked today. There's Carr just tapping it off the ground and probably just pushed his opponent in the back, and there's a free kick. Sort of sat on him, didn't he?
He just about did. Nearly sat on his head, I think.
Squashed his face into the mud. Kick didn't really advantage anyone. It's coming in late, was healed. Now he decides to roll around on the ground. He's still got a chance to get the ball out. Didn't really favour it. Savage trying to lay a little bit of pressure. He did split the pack a little bit, but they're trying to work their way through here. They've got to be careful. He was slung when he kicked the Dale Colson. Such a clever player, he was still able to clear it. All right, Tamar looked good when they moved this through the middle. There's Apt, and he gets it back. Finds Jordan, and that lateral movement's good from Jordan, although he had 2 teammates standing next to each other. Not sure that they were communicating effectively. There's Savage, up to the middle. That's a great kick. Here's this movement that Jason Savage likes as a coach. He wants to work the ball laterally, build off half back, and that's a nice passage, but one extra player down there for South, just providing a little bit of defence. Slinging around is Steele. Chopping it forward is Farquhar. 3 Tamar players around this, swooping onto his polyglaze. And his kick's a little bit too far into the pocket.
Oh, look out, we've got a player over the fence.
Flying over the fence. Was Galgrave, is he okay?
Yeah, he's jumped back over. I think he's all right.
He took a, it's alert. Now it's 5 metres in the AFL. I think it might only be about 2 to 3 metres here in community. Maybe I think it's 3 metres in community footy between the boundary and a fence, the white line of the fence, and that's probably 2.5, I reckon.
Actually, it could have been a nasty incident, couldn't it?
Yeah, look, they're not grumbling. Look at the bit of wire over the fence. You could easily either sling over or lose your balance. There's Long, up to half forward, or more maybe to centre wing. Daniel Jordan's getting lots of touches early, but he's under an enormous amount of pressure at the moment. As I think now the slightly bigger and older boys are on the ground, they're going to probably start to cut it up a little bit too, which is a little unfortunate. There's the swooping hands of Apt, the one who's kicked the goal, and now it's slung back inside the forward 50 for Tamar. There's players out the back though, but they're not Tamar players. It's going to be picked up here by Rigby. Rigby under a little bit of pressure. His kick is okay, and it's going to be released for now. What's the strategy? Do you think in a wet foot you just go straight up and down the middle or get it going forward?
Look, I think if I was coaching out there, I'd be asking my players to try and take the direct route down there, particularly looking at that ground.
Aim for the cricket pitch.
Yeah, it's getting cut up a little bit now too, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. I was looking at the weather forecast. The ground's been looked after really well this week, and I was hoping there was going to be no rain. It literally hasn't even been half a millimetre. That's the third person we've seen try and bounce the ball, and it hasn't come back. A bit like a yo-yo without a string.
No, they should have been watching the previous game.
Yeah, there was a couple there, and unfortunately, McCallum couldn't work out why that ball didn't come back. I love the optimism of youth, though. A two-handed punch by Dean. And the lights are on here. We've got the yellow footy for the last 3 games. The lights came on around half an hour earlier due to the fact we are running a little 20 minutes late because of extra time in the Div 1 under 12 boys, and we nearly had extra time in the girls game you just called.
It went fairly close, didn't it? It was only 1 point in it in the end. Could have gone either way. And
it was such a low-scoring, tight affair. I thoroughly enjoy those games. Trying to find a little bit of real estate was Colgrove. He looked for an inboard handball, but he didn't have a lot of support there as Tamar have been able to close this down. There's Black. 2 of the Black brothers that are playing today. Now some dash off half back. As players converge on the footy, including Lincoln Black. And there's the hoof of Jones.
That's a big kick too.
That is a decent kick by Jones. Now, Scrubby one off the ground by Farquhar. It's been partly smothered, a minus score. Yeah, I think it is. Once you get out the back, you've got a chance, but it's that finessey football's maybe not the most effective way.
And they're very fast, these boys. The ball's moving quite well between them.
Yeah, an indication. I think this division's improved a little bit. They've cut it in an area, the divisional area. The NTJFA done a good job to get the right teams in the top division. Probably, I think, East have probably struggled a little bit. As Jones gets about his 7th or 8th touch, and that's off the boot and ricocheted out of bounds. Steele was trying to get there, but his foot got in the way. So throwing in an important spot here for Tamar as all the players creep up the ground as they tend to do these days. They won't be able to do that next year. We're going to have the anti-density rule, which will mean at a contested area, have to have at least 5 players past halfway. That was only a throw, a scoopy movement, Naceland at the back, and there's going to be downfield.
That was a little late, that off the ball that he's paid that one for.
I know Martin Duffy's on camera at the moment. You can tell because every time everyone's in one half the ground, he likes to just show that he's not a massive fan of congestion. Tamar have got numbers around this one. Black was in there first, and he goes back again, Black. There's some tenacity from him. Just need to lay a block to get a free shot at this one, and then a bit of a handle and a hope, but reasonably effective to Kirkham. Kirkham with a bit of dash. Now it's to Lloyd. Lloyd stops and runs to 45. Up into the square. Arms are up, still effective, still a chance off the ground, still can't get it. Hayes in there. He'll have to go back. They're struggling a little bit to make really clear, decisive decisions here. Oh, maybe he didn't know who was coming. Hot, what do they say? Although I think it was a minor score, hence he was standing there, Nason, with the foot in his hands.
I think there was a little bit of confusion there. The players didn't realise the ball had gone over the line.
Nason was the only one, I think, who realised he was obviously clued up. Jones in best position, but in the end, coming over was Gatenby. Fantastic mark. Gatenby chips up. There's a flying Kerrison. Couldn't get it. Cook in there as well for the Bulldogs. And the big boys roll to the ground. Now it's dished out to the running Lloyd. A couple of times he's been able to get a little bit of space. Black, Jordan, the 2 prime movers for Tamar. And I reckon Lincoln Black's given away a free kick for too high.
So South are heading it down towards their goals. Have they got time, Aaron, do you think, to nail one before the end of the quarter?
Well, they actually haven't got inside their forward 50 yet. I mean, I think at the moment Tamar's just maybe 5% more composed around the footy. They've also got their better players off half-back, and there's one of them, Jordan. But at the same time, Bulldogs are in this game just because it's going to be such a low-scoring game, and Oliver Dean has had a little bit of the footy and finds Shadbolt.
It was a good strong mark out there by himself too.
Well, that's an interesting kick. It's kind of worked okay. Long's got it up inside the forward 50. That's really their first and most decisive entry so far. And then Black just goes boom. Get it out of there. Difficult to take overhead by Gatenby, but he's already had one overhead mark. The umpire's gone and Tamar said, you didn't get rid of that one. You had your chance, and no Bulldog player on the mark, and he's away. And can Tamar get one late? Looking for Farquhar. Farquhar's got a free kick here. He's not happy about it too, as Jamie Rigby shoved off the footy. So Farquhar, maybe, what do you reckon, too far out, Andrew?
Oh, look,
We're right behind it here, aren't we?
we are. The ball's going to be a little bit heavy already, I think, with that moisture out there. But I reckon he's in with a chance.
Good spot here on Duff TV. Farquhar just slices a little bit. It's still nearly an opportunity. Polyglaze is in there. He needs a squirt of handball out. He's looking for Templar. Still an opportunity. Ball still alive. Spilling it was Lloyd. He was dashing through. Numbers here with South, but on the outside, just the front of this pack, Tamar with a few extra. Black in there. Oliver Jones steadies. Check side from Jones. Waiting underneath that was Polyglaze. And it's missed, and a throw-in. That was a good build-up.
There was a little bit of excitement there, wasn't it?
I feel like goals are gold, aren't they, in this game? No more than the girls, 17 Div 2. That was like watching a soccer game, not in relation to the score, but the excitement when a goal was made. The Prospect girls are really excited late as they were making a run. As there's Long, he's got a couple of players to contend with. He just shoots it out and finds Jones. And there's that swinging handball from Polyglaze, who's been involved and looks like an elusive forward and would probably do with a slightly drier track, I'd say. I reckon there's about 15 players around this footy. And heading off the ground there. Not sure who that is. I thought that was Savage for a second, but might be Farquhar. I think it's Farquhar's just gone off injured. He copped one around his chest. No, it's not Farquhar. It's actually Lloyd.
Lloyd, number 2?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
He actually copped a fairly hard front on.
Right.
Just while that ball was up in the forward line there.
Okay, there's the man who's been razzing the boys up. He's a good man. He's got his waterproofs on. It's quarter time here. It's 1-2-8. South really only the one forward entry. Your thoughts, Andrew, on those first stanza in this Div 2 under-16 game?
Look, I think the Tamar boys were definitely more in control there, weren't they? And I think the scoreboard's just showing that. But having said that, I think it's a good game ahead of us.
It's a game of half-backs at the moment. Both half-backs look really competent. They'll swing some players around, no doubt. And at the moment, you can just see Sav having a chat to Mason Black. He's just made a few mistakes, Mason. He's a guy that needs a lot of confidence put into him. At the other side, you got Will Stoltenberg. Is Will even here today? He plays for East Coast. He plays for the Swans. They lost yesterday. So I just wondered what sort of nick Will's in. But yeah, both teams having a bit of a rest here. We'll have a break here on Dub TV. Second quarter action coming up soon.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
All right, we're back on here. Second quarter. Division 2. Under 16 grand final. South Lonnie and the Tamar Demons. And there we go. That lights on with the yellow football. It actually isn't that wet. Half a mil. I reckon that's all we've had today, but it's just meant the no sun and the no wind is hard.
You can see that rain coming down though under the lights there. You can see it. So I'm glad I'm not out there, Aaron. I'm glad I'm up here in the box.
The coldest ever day of footy was when I played here one day. It was a junior game, under 17s maybe. I remember I couldn't feel my hands for the first half. I also couldn't see the other end of the ground either because it was foggy. So that was a miserable game of footy. But this is actually quite a cracker. It's 1-2-8. South are in this. They just need to work out a way of stemming the Tamar half-backs from getting so much of that ball. But there it is again. But they've made some changes as Ray coming through and his kicks off. So that's good from South. They apply a bit of pressure as Colson up towards half forward. Misdirected kick, I'd suggest. Savage laying a bump. And the umpire's found a free kick here. So the little handball off. One of my favourites. Harris now for South. He might go forward at some stage, try and kick a few snags. Although a dry day is what his preference would be. And Tamar will release here off half-back. Long searching kick for Oliver Jones. He's been really involved. That's okay if it lands here because Tamar have got a few numbers around its football. One of those was Keeley. He tries to go in and get it, as does House. Bulldogs with some numbers around that. Gabel, he couldn't get it. And waiting underneath for a period of time was Black. Jones trying to kick it off the ground. And now Ash Carr, what can he do? Start getting in the game, young Ash Carr. Woods. And there's the ever effervescent Jones. High flight. Off the back of that pack is Colgrave, and he gets on his left and clears it out to the defensive wing. Slow chase on there. As Swain gets it. Now he gets some help off half back here as the Demons trying to move the ball up and extend their score. Harris.
I think the Bulldogs have come out with a bit more fire in their belly this quarter.
They've moved a few changes. They've actually got Harris off half back, and they've got a couple other just tough nuts. Harris will lead this crew off half back. There he is just on the left. He'll start the verbals and start to encourage his team as it's kicked into the dangerous area. There's a foot race on here. Just pushed off the ball lane. Probably a little bit too easily. That was a really good contest with Daniel Jordan. I like the two of those matched up today.
They were two strong tackles, weren't they?
Yeah, McCallum high. And a big climb up. Still a chance to swoop on this one is Summers. There's Jordan. Not a lot of room to work with, and it ends up coming back to him. And in the end, the umpire's found a free kick. Bit combative, so looks like Carr, he just drives it up, maybe drove it a bit too far. And he ended up in the grandstand.
I think he was kicking it to us up here in the box, Aaron.
Were you going to jump out and get it?
I was going to take the first mark for the day.
Your hands, see how they are. It's Nason now. He just pops it back to the pocket. Jordan in best position. He gets his fist across to it. And now they'll just set up. Well, there was a whistle, but they're going to be careful here because it is a little slippery. And there's Brock Pike. Here's a good kick from Pike. And there is Ashkar. Long, lopey kick, looking for Woods. Woods misses it, but then coming through is Overlet. Jones will try and help out. Just keep the ball, just tap it off the ground in front of Steele, and then he just boots it. That's effective, isn't it? Get it on the boot, get it going forward.
They've got it down to their forward line quite quickly, actually. So let's see if they can convert from there, but it's out of bounds at the moment.
Well, obviously no long sleeves in this South team because, here we go, young lad there. Who's that, number 15, is it? He's Lachlan. I don't think he was wearing that before, as that's punched out by Dean. Dean goes down and gets his tap. Nearly high tackle there on Bracken. Just missed his shoulders. Now it's up towards half forward, and it's been chopped up by Carr. Carr's demanding. The player on the mark just gets back a bit further. So Carr will launch this up into the left pocket. Plenty of players around that. Unable to get it was Hay. Stagnant a little bit. Trying to sneak one through the pack. Hay still in there. They're asking for a free kick. You're going to be clever here, South, just to hold on as Gatenby now. There is a free kick, and it's a free kick. And I think it's going to go to Overlet. No, it's not going to him. Yes, it is.
The umpire's called a throw on that one.
So Overlet now, what do you reckon, 20 metres out only. It's a tight pocket. Goals are worth so much. And everyone's watching closely as the rain started to come down, and unfortunately the ball drop didn't help. And a minor score.
Oh, look, I think any score's going to be a helpful addition to the scoreboard in this match, Aaron.
Yeah, I think so. 1 goal, 3 now. Tamar and South are yet to get those metrics moving in an upward movement. Carr in best position. He's come out firing. Quiet first quarter, but he's really starting to lift now. And he bombs it up and towards the pocket. Might actually go over the back here. Still a chance off the ground here for Hay. And another free kick given away in defence. And it's going to be taken here by Milne. Yeah, the umpires have said you've got to come around a little bit.
So the ball's going back. He's going to have another go at this.
Yeah, do it all again. He's got to come around 2 metres. There we go. Now he's done it. You've got to be right. Umpires like specifics, don't they? They like having in control, and that's fine. And umpiring today has been sensational. I've had a chat to a couple of them and said well done for their efforts. Finding a little bit of area was Farquhar, who was injured. He's obviously okay again. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't Farquhar. It was Lloyd, wasn't it? I'm not sure if Lloyd's still on the bench. We'll just check on that later. We'll send one of the Duffettes down.
And it's back over the boundary for a throw-in again. And that's getting round close to the behind post too.
Slipping through was Templar, and the quick out by House. Templar, and smothered. He's had a couple of attempts on goal here. Now it's going to be another shot on goal by Kirkham. And I think he's snuck it around. He's bent it around the post. Kirkham gets one for Tamar, and that hurts South.
That's a very handy goal. And I think South will be a little bit disappointed with that.
Well, you can see his position well. He's not going in to try and get the footy. It was just a little tap out the right spot. Watched the ball well. You might say cheat a little bit by not going in to get it, but everyone can't get the footy. And he enjoyed the celebration. And Kirkham's got a goal for the Demons.
We'll see if the Bulldogs can come back after that and from this centre bounce and see what they can do.
So Hollingsworth's moved into the middle now for the Bulldogs. Just on the left of the screen on the cricket pitch. And both players kind of got stuck in the mud then. Dean in the ruck. And to Carr. Carr gets it out towards Woods. But it's been chopped off here by Colgrave to the other long sleeves in Gable. But Tamar have really got the ball in there. Swain's got it and got the ball under control, haven't they, Andrew? Like they're under control or in control of this game at the moment.
The momentum's just turned a little bit. South came out fighting from the very beginning, but now it's sort of swung back a bit the other way, back to Tamar.
Only a couple of goals, I suppose, isn't it? That's the thing for Tamar. They still don't have that big lead, and the Bulldogs get 1 goal, and I tell you what, they'll get some belief. Savage may be taken without the footy, and there is a free kick here to South. So Harris has got it off the defensive side. He gets his left boot. It's a good kick too. You reckon that needed to climb up. Now it's just squirted off the back of that pack to Lane. Lane just couldn't track the footy. Now dragged down his Summits. He then swings onto his right boot, kicks it very high in the air. Underneath that for a while was Black. Black then goes back and swings it out. And the umpire's found a throw, I think. And now they've got a chance.
He's played on pretty quickly with that.
I don't mind this. He's going to find McCallum. McCallum misses it. Players really sliding around at the moment.
I think the umpire's pulled out a free kick there, so that's looking good for the Dogs here.
So Dogs forward via Lane. 2 dogs, 3 dogs around it. Now it's picked up by Summers, and he's slipped over. He's going to be called holding the footy. Kind of feel that's a little unlucky, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that was a
he
tough
actually
call.
slipped, and that prevented him from actually... It was actually the slip than anything else that prevented him from disposing the footy. Quickly playing off was Kirkham. It was clever by him. Now, he said he handballed it. The umpire was right on it. Gable now picks it up. And Jordan was a little unlucky. He couldn't get around Gable. And Gable won the footy. And we've got a ball up for a throw-in. Shadbolt coming back onto the ground. Interchange working hard. Dean nearly threw it to the ground like volleyball style. Harris in front position. He's got a great contest there against Jordan. Ray. He had a kick and hope from him. Falling to the ground a little too easily was Kirkham, the goal kicker. Jordan up against Harris. That's going to be a cracking battle. Swings out to Black. Black tried to find a teammate further afield with a handball. Now it's just a high, waiting ball. Really taken off the footy there by Pike.
Here's an opportunity.
Now it should be. South are on the board. A boomer up the ground from Summers.
That was clever footy.
And there are the fans, the Bulldog faithful, and they're warmed up by that sausage roll.
Aaron, that's really going to lift the momentum of South now.
Absolutely.
Now they've got that 6 points on the board.
Got to love a soccer goal in the square, don't you? In the wet, they're the best.
He really laid the boot into that too. He
gave it something, didn't he?
I think he was sending that one home to Launceston.
Right, so that gives South a bit of belief. They're within a kick and a half now. 2-3 to 1 straight. Summers with the goal. Tamar with just the one in this quarter. As the lights starting to have some impact, the yellow balls, it's just going to be grind, slippery, gutsy footy. It's going to be close, and we're enjoying it here on Duff TV, and hope you're enjoying it out there as well. Plenty of people watching here, as that's a... No one really knows if that's going to be a free kick. I think it's going to be a free kick here to Colgrove. Out wide. Very wide kick. Got some distance on that one. Savage is in there first for Tamar. Dean just waited a little bit too long, and then Hild came in and stole it from him. And then Savage got the handball, and then a quick release. Bracken to Dean. Dean under pressure and a rush kick. Summers, the last goal kicker, starting to get involved. Here come the Bulldogs again. We've got a one-on-one in the pocket and a kick off the ground. There was no need to slide then. I'm thinking, oh, he's called it deliberate.
Oh.
Holy trousers.
I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that one. I'm not so sure about that.
Well, we're going to get a little replay of this one here. Oh, he didn't try and keep it in. Maybe technical. The kick up towards the goal, and a couple of players climb up, and it's taken over the boundary line. Yeah, look, I'm not going to criticise. I mean, I kind of think that's called in senior footy, so the rules are the same.
The South player asked for it, and the umpire rewarded.
I thought the effort from Pike to slide into the mud was outstanding. Turn around. Unfortunately, Cornish was facing the wrong way. Running out of time was Bracken. Swung out without the football. Now it's spilt through Cook's hands. Harris now beats one, can't beat a second. And Harris is high-fiving. I'm pretty sure he's the one with the free kick. Oh, in fact, it's not. It's going to be Cook's free kick. I'll tell you what, Harris is the one. He's the generator of energy in this South team. I'm not 100% sure. It might have been just held without the footy. Massive kick here from Cook. Yes, he's done it. Samuel Cook. And the Dogs are back.
Look, they're excited down there now, aren't they? They know they're back in it.
Well, there's plenty of Dog fans because they've stayed all day. They've got their girls' games next. I don't want to say it, and their boys, but they're back end this grand final. Lonnie back end the front of it with all their under 12s and under 14s, but South have back end the NTJFA seniors, and there's some of the fans here in Longford keeping dry from whatever's before a mizzle. There's a metric before a mizzle. I'm not sure what it is. I don't think it's got to mizzle stage a few times, but at the moment it's below a mizzle, but it's not fine. Savage in the middle. Can't get a kick away. The pressure being applied by Long. Tamar just need a lift. They're only 3 points up at the moment, and probably for 20 minutes of footy, they've been on top. Swung into Cornish, and now it's being taken by Overlett.
I think the Tamar boys heard you saying they need a lift, and they've certainly got us straight down in front of their goals.
That's a good little handball there from House to a running player, and turned around at the right time, Overlett, and he's going to be directly in front. Tamar responds.
And that's a really good comeback from that last South goal, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like South have dominated probably 6 or 7 minutes of football here. And Tamar steady, 3-3-21 to 2 straight 12. It's a very even game now. And some words of advice there for the big forward. And Tamar respond after some really spirited football from the Bulldogs. Dean in the ruck, I think, has been a key, and you can just see the mud all over him. He's the wet hair, and there's the steam coming out of his mouth.
That to me is suggesting it's fairly cool out there, Aaron.
It's never got warm, so it's still the same temperature as it was at night time.
It's 9 degrees according to my trusty.
Feels like, but if you've got a feels like, the feels like attitude might be a little less. Just scrubbing off the ground was Button. Dragged off it was Carr. And then Jones was also pushed down. They've lifted their intensity, and then Jones has given away a free kick. Now, the umpire said he was okay. Ash Carr getting taken without the footy. The Dogs race forward. They're going to have to get his onto his boot there, Button, into a one-on-one. And in the front position was the Tamar player. Jones again showing some fright. Ray knocked off the footy. And there's Black. And there's a free kick. I think it's Black's free kick, actually. No, it's actually going the other way. The umpire signalled one way, but I think he was just indicating. All right, so play on. Dancing around is Summers. Summers in towards 10 metres out. Needed a tackle, Jordan. Did it at the right time. That's play on surely by Yates. Steadies. South Lonnie. Late goal. And in the hands of Cook, he's kicked his second. Well, this game's open right up.
That was a great goal coming into the half-time break.
Look, it was a little lucky, this little toe poke there. But I reckon he planned that. And then the handball off. And there was Cook. He's had a little purple patch. He's dobbed 2 in about 3.5 minutes. 1 from a set shot and 1 from just being in the right area. And with a minute and a half, Andrew,
and just 3 points in it.
Game on here. What a ripper of a grand final we've got. It's been really only one cakewalk, if you would like to say, and that was not unexpected, with North easily winning the Division 1 14 boys over Launceston. The rest of the games have all terrified the officials that it might go into extra time again, and we'll be here at about 12 o'clock tonight. Ash Carr in the ruck comes over the top, follows up his own ball. Couldn't get it out. Besher was in there too for South. Colgrave with 2 fists punching that ball back into the middle of the ground. Black in there just tapping himself. Here comes Jones. Oliver Jones has been a brute. He is a brute. I had a feeling a few South boys had a few bruises on them during the roster match from Oliver Jones. A few of them said he's an absolute beast out there, and he's now and again just a little sloppy as some chap stands up in front of Martin Duffy in the camera. Now he's down and out of bounds.
The clock's going to tick down for this one, and that will probably, South will probably like that. I don't think they're going to get it back up their end, are they, in time?
Hollingsworth is trying to get it out. There goes Black. Black bashes up towards his half-forward line. Rushing through. And onto that one was Kirkham, who's kicked a goal. And that's some sensational by Colgrave. He's been electric off half-back. Hollingsworth got to the side of that one. Got the ball down. And I think that is half-time. So what a quarter of footy. 3-3-21. South 3 straight, but it was all South for about 7 or 8 minutes. Tamar got 1 against the Tide, and then South came back through Samuel Cook. Goal kickers. Cook with 2, Summers with 1, and singles to Apt, Overlett, and also Jesse Kirkham, who kicked a nice goal. late in that quarter. It's a 3-point lead here at half-time. Your thoughts?
Aaron, I enjoyed that quarter of footy. It was very strong football in the conditions, and I think that little tight huddle that the Bulldogs had at quarter time.
They're up, aren't they? You can just see them here.
Yeah, they came up with a game plan, didn't they?
Yeah, absolutely, and they just made a few changes, and although he didn't get a lot of the ball, I'm going to pump up Jordan Harris again. I just saw him communicating, and Samuel Cook up forward, along with Colgrove down back. They've got a couple of matchups right. The challenge for South, though, going forward is that back line of Boyd Savage is probably running more through the middle at the moment, but Oliver Jones is really hard matchup. Ash Carr started to get a lot of the ball. Doesn't always use it as effectively as some of the other players, but he was really involved. It's half-time. As we go through the paces, it's wet, it's cold, but it's brilliant footy. NTJFA finals here at Longford.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Last dice here, third quarter action, and we're back into it again as the mud and slime of Longford ground now starting to probably have an impact. It's held up pretty well so far. We're in the, it's the 6th game today. No, we're in the 7th game. 7th game of 9. Savage off half back. Colgrave decides just to hack it away and find Savage. So Savage to the middle. Finds Jordan. Jordan had a black running past him. He decided to use his feet. That's as good as Patch has seen all day. Maybe it's not that wet out there. The ball's in the hands now of Mason Black. That was as good as we've seen all day. So Mason Black doesn't look quite as confident with his kick, but it's swinging and it's going to be held inside. Over his shoulder, hit the post. Farquhar, who's looked a little elusive up forward for Tamar, has only smacked that one into the point post.
I think he's been watching a fair bit of footy on TV. Tried to emulate. Yeah,
Harris. Yeah, he did. Harris in a bit of trouble here. He's all slipping over at the moment. And it's Colgrave. He keeps his feet though. Gets it onto his left boot. Doesn't go past Jones. Ray in there. He'll lay some pressure. I'll be holding the footy. There's the umpire. He delayed it, got a bit of tension, saw the crowd were up there and thought, I'm going to become the pantomime villain, and call holding the football. Neither player can win the Farquhar down there. And now the don't argue shove out by House. Templar, I should say. Templar again decides to whack it forward. A couple of players on it, and a little push in the back, and the umpire said, well, it was a free kick, either a push in the back or a hold, and it's going to be taken here by Rigby. So Rigby goes short.
That was a little risky in these conditions, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah, Button's got it. Button with a kick up towards centre wing. It's dropped by Jones. Hollingsworth couldn't grab it. Just on the side of that pack was Wedgman, and he goes up to try and get it again. There's a few changes. Obviously, players have got to move on and off the ground. No one can play a whole game, and Tamar do have a couple of half-backers. Ash Carr's currently off the ground, which is not necessarily going to hurt him up forward, but he's been good off the bound. I think Kirkham's off the ground too. So those movements of players may just bring them back in as Summers in towards probably the driest part of the ground, which is the southern end of the ground where the ball hasn't been as much. Hasn't called that deliberate, has he? He has. So that's the second deliberate we've seen. Fair enough. It's consistent, I suppose.
Well, that's right. It's nothing wrong with the umpire making the same call, being consistent.
And Harris has now got it from the inboard handball. Cups kicks it up towards the pocket, and a little hold of the jump, and it's going to be a free kick here to Apt, who's moved into the back half. He played up forward, kicked a goal, and now he's down to defence. Just going to pop the ball across the face to Savage. Savage has got a couple of players further up, and some run now, and the lope of Beams. There he goes down and gets it. Didn't quite get it onto the boot effectively, but still got some distance and meterage for his team.
Gee, the ball just hits the ground. It doesn't bounce back up, does it?
I don't think it's bounced for a while, has it, unless it's hit the fence. And a free kick here as South off half-back. That's a good mark by Dean. Just took it. And I'm hearing a second whistle here. What's going on?
Something going on down the
Is there a
ground.
blood rule? So we're just going to have a little delay here.
Yeah,
Assuming a player is coming off.
Let's slow things up while he comes off, isn't it?
So Henry Hollingsworth is coming off on the blood rule. And now he's off the ground, and a little high five. And it's brought Sammy Cook back on. That's a handy one. They're going to make some changes here, Tamar as well. And there's a big Lincoln Black having a probably run. Look, he's pushing it too. You can hear him breathing from here.
He was putting in the hard yards.
Yeah, he was. And that's...
He knew the play had started behind him, and
so
he wanted to get off.
Kirkham on. That's handy, but Lincoln Black's also been outstanding for Tamar today in a tight, contested, wet, slippery conditions. He's going to be as effective as anyone as Harris beats one. Couldn't beat the second. That resulted in the ball spilled out. Now Tamar have it. Kick it up towards half forward. Neither team with clean possession. Tapping on the ground is Bracken, and then he gets his head squashed.
And his ribs.
And Jones is going, why is I giving away a free kick? Well, you gave away a free kick because you sat on the opposition's player's head. I reckon he kicked that with his shin and his foot.
Yeah, I think he just
looks a little,
to get rid of it.
I think he's a little sore. McCallum now high up towards centre wing, just in front of the scoreboard. Ray was trying to get in there. Harris, conditions probably not suiting him at the moment. McCallum now for the Bulldogs. This player's really struggling. His door down on the ground. Now it's going to be a foot race with Yates to there first. And that could be kicking in danger. And that's going to be an interesting one. So South are going to move this forward. It's Kirkham.
Yeah, I don't think the Tamar player was happy with that decision.
I'm completely okay with that. In wet conditions, you've got to have a bit of safety. In Kirkham now,
yeah, definitely.
Just come on. He's going to pop it up. And he's... Sorry, not Kirkham, I should say. That was Summers. He's going to pop it up towards the top of the square. Now it's Harris on his left, tries to sneak it out.
Oh.
Juggling mark. And Lane's taken it directly in front, very much within range. Harris good.
That was a good mark in these conditions.
The one toucher, was it a two toucher? Three toucher. And Matthew Lane directly in front for the Bulldogs.
That looks good to me.
Got them in front for the first time in this match. And kick a goal against partly the flow of play, but also in the non-scoring end of the ground. For whatever reason it is, hardly any goals scored to the left of the screen, and it's probably about the 5th for the day.
I think Jordan Harris set that one up, didn't he?
Yeah, Harris, yep.
He certainly got it down there. He's certainly been using his body well too, hasn't he? And supporting his teammates.
Look, he follows up well, and he's got plenty of advice for everybody. Does not give up.
Maybe that's why he's the captain.
And this is why, no, absolutely. This is why this South team and this Tamar team, they're different but similar. A lot of spirit amongst both groups. And they've had to overcome, particularly Tamar, who really struggling with all sorts of things around their group, have stuck together up the top of the Tamar. They lost their home ground at the start of the year, as Jordan's probably given away a free kick. He got taken and tried to take it on, but he was called for holding the football. Now it's Colson, who's been a fraction quiet, spent a bit of time. Ray juggles it, and he's got the footy. Just make sure he doesn't get too close to the player in the mark. Black was trying to win that footy. Jordan's in there as well. Defensive side of the pack. Here comes Savage. He's probably playing directly off half-back at the moment. I think that's probably a good result. How's that for a mark?
It just stuck, didn't it?
It did, didn't it? That's nearly a throw. The umpire said play on. Now it's picked up by Polyglaze. He looks for goal. He saw them and couldn't find them in a minus score.
He's only a little fella, Polyglaze, but he's having a crack, isn't he?
Yeah. All right, the short kick. Oof. Heart in your mouth stuff as Nason's got it, and he didn't get it. Polyglaze again. Hill needs to get the ball, just knock the ball out to Jones. Hill again. South defending grimly at the moment. It's 2 points here in the grand final. We thought this was going to be close. The bigger bodies of Tamar were effective in the first half, but the Dogs have come back, and the Dogs have got numbers coming from 3 deep. And one of those handy points.
Yes. They're all going to count at the end of this game.
Well, we know what happens for extra time. We just keep playing and playing and playing until someone wins. House was in best position but couldn't win the footy, and then he goes back in and lays the pressure, and the ball's stuck between the legs, and then he requires a question to the umpire. Is that holding the footy? And the umpire says, no, it's not. I'm sure how House is going. He's got his glasses. I assume there's probably rain and mud on them at the moment. Can you send a runner out with a cloth to clean his glasses is my question. There's Merriman. As he gets in Merriman and loses it, and it's going to be a free kick here to Dale Colson. The Dale Colson off half-back. Position he's comfortable with, but I'm sure they'd love him forward. The kick from Savage rebounds off a South player. And then he goes back again and retrieves the footy and then kicks it straight back to Dean. Dean looks for options, and all he's got is he's got to chip it up to centre wing, and all by himself was Summers, who's moved a long way up forward to get a footy, and some reason no one was anywhere near him. We're nearly at the latter stages. Ray juggling footy, good mark from him. Just don't get too close to the player on the mark. He does again every time he kicks it. There's 3 Tamar players, including Jordan there, all by himself. Ashkar back onto the ground. Numbers around here. Templar swings out onto his right, booms it up in best position, though is Steele and takes a chest mark. Disappointing kick, wasn't it?
It was a big kick, but straight to the opposition, unfortunately.
So South have got numbers up. And the play-on's not a bad option because there was a couple further afield up towards half-back, but Jordan's got it. Jordan looks for a lateral movement. He's trying to find Jones. Dean's got it now for South. He's still tracking the ball, Deans. McCallum in there as well. He's still going, Jones. He'll go again here, Jones, and there's a late tackle. That could be a free kick, but it didn't matter because Summers has got it. Summers in the gloom, but no gloom in this game. It's a point the difference. Carr from behind finds the boundary line, and the Tamar faithful loved it.
That was good defensive play, wasn't it?
He just set him up, didn't he? Set him up. He's in the ruck now. Jones, I reckon, is pretty cooked. He's going to keep going. He's got a little bit of energy left. Harris drops the footy, and then he goes again and creates some pressure. Cornish gets one of his few touches. Now Farquhar, where is he? Bashing through the pack was Templar. They're nearly stuck in the mud, these players. And Templar slings him off and gives away a free kick. And a fair enough push and shove, because that was a little sloppy. He saw an opportunity.
A little bit undisciplined, that one, wasn't it?
And that's the way some of these Tamar boys, they play on the edge. Effective most of the time, but in slippery conditions it can be your undoing at times. Ashkar was at the back of that. He'll come through again.
It's a nice little toe poke, just moving the ball forward.
Yeah, this is effective. Templar, and he'll take it over the boundary line. He gets a tap for approval from the assistant coach. But that's Dale Colson in there next to Templar. Intriguing matchup that is. Ray might get there first. Booted off the ground by Kerrison. Jordan spins, flings out a handle, and it's effective. Where's your other boot? Looking for Carr, who's coming through. Then he does get it, and then Colson pushes him off the football. Defensive side was Button. We've got a few minutes left here in the third quarter. Can we go another quarter for these boys? They look exhausted. They're throwing everything into this game. Here comes the dash of Kirkham. Templar trying to get it off the ground. Polyglaze has got a free kick. Wow.
I spoke about him a few minutes ago. He's a little fella, but he's right there, isn't he?
Absolutely. And here is, it was actually just before that, the high tackle. And a little bit annoyed. So Polyglaze directly in front, swinging to the left, to the rain coming heavier. As South girls getting ready next, and then they're taking on East. I think that's going to be close. In wet conditions, that could be a very low-scoring slugfest with those top-end South players up against a really nifty East team. This game's got to be done first. Wow, Jones. Jones is going to win it. Jones screws it around, kicks it to the top of the square. Lots of players around the ball. Polyglaze couldn't get it. Thrown off the football, he'll get another chance. He was nearly thrown into orbit.
It was a sling over the shoulder.
That was really definitely, now that last one wasn't a free, this one was. Here we go here. And he's got it. He's got the goal. Look at that, they've lifted him up. And he could be hero of the Tamar. As he gets the sausage roll, we might just get that on the replay. He just missed it in live action. And Tamar back in front, 30 seconds to go.
I think that's going to make the NTJFA board happy. I think I can see a couple of them over here. They're sweating more than Gypsy with the mortgage at the moment.
Yeah, potentially Polyglaze. Actually, might be. We might actually. I keep saying Polyglaze. I do. I think it's Polyglaze. I hope I haven't pronounced that wrong. Maybe text us in if we've got that one wrong. We do apologise. We're doing our best here. A lot of games of footy. We do endeavour to make sure we get names right. But a big moment for Tamar. There's Tristan. Let's call him that. Dobbed the goal. They rush forward again. It's only about a minute and a half left.
They've just got
Wedgman.
the intensity, haven't they?
Yeah, they've just gone again, haven't they? But Dogs have got more to give. Just wondering if the ground's got more to give. right up and down the middle. It's not in great nick, but on the wings it's still okay. There he is again. Tristan gets it out with a handball. Jones now pushes off one, drives it onto his right boot, swings it in towards goal. Oliver Jones, you little beauty, with a Bobby Dazzler late here in the third. Good handball. He was on the move too, wasn't he?
He was.
He beat 2 or 3 players then. That's deserved footy.
Look, I think in the wet, for him to keep his feet and bang that one through.
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited by everything this lad does. He's been the most influential footballer now with that goal on the ground. And he's earned every moment of whatever comes his way. Ash Carr now in the middle, Savage in the middle, got their big movers. There's the experienced group of Tamar lads to fight out this last 30 seconds. Look out, Dogs, there he is, Harris. Wins it out. Can they press forward and get one late goal? They may well get one late goal here. Jordan coming in the last minute. Hollingsworth there, and coming over the top with Shadbolt.
We've only got a few seconds left to go. Can South just bag one? Just to get them over the line?
And that is 3/4 time, and thanks to Lynn Bird, who's just given me a text. Polglaze. I knew I had it wrong. I'm really sorry. It's the only name I've got stuck with today. So Polglaze. There we go. There's Harris getting off the ground. We're going to have a breather here. It is Tamar with a late goal.
Harris he's been a real bulldog for the Bulldogs, hasn't he?
Yes, he's the epitome of it, isn't he? So it's 5-6 to 4 straight. 36-24. Tamar with a late goal. They've snuck a lead with an Oliver Jones special late. We're going to have a break here. We've got the last stanza in the 16 boys Div 2. 2 more games to go. Hope you're enjoying here on Duff TV.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Just so you can run around. That's actually embarrassing. We lost all stuff.
There we go. Oh, there we go.
It's actually like coming back.
Right, so it is the last little bit of footy for these lads. I hope the showers are warmed up. One of the to be honest, one of the reasons why this ground was chosen because there's four change rooms here and good showers. So the water is warm in Longford.
I think the showers will be well used after this game.
Well, is there any water left? Johnny Dodd's been rushing around. A massive shout out to the Longford Footy Club, and a footy club I've got a bit of a soft spot for their juniors. Johnny Dodd, Donna and the crew, and all the crew at Longford Juniors. They have done everything to make this day, and that's another reason why Longford was definitely chosen by all the other clubs, is their commitment to put on the day. Yes, their ground's not as good as some of the others, but the 4 change rooms, the lights, the legends at Longford, as I now call them, have made this day possible with only 4 days or 4 or 5 days notice. The only thing I'd like to say to Johnny Dodd, if he ever listens back, once again, I've run out of firewood, mate, and every time I've been to Longford, you've had a firewood raffle, and I thought it was going to be me this year. But anyway, South, can they come back? Aaron Roberts, Andrew Doyle in the commentary position. And we've got 2 massive games coming up. Hope you're enjoying it out there. G'day to Lynn Burt for helping me with some pronunciation. She'll be back down in G-Town in front of the fire, I believe. Lincoln Black with the ball. Hollingsworth running out of trouble and then into trouble and back to Black. And that's landed. What's he got? Woods has got in his hands. I think he was the most surprised person on the ground.
I don't think he knows how it got there.
I don't think he did either. So this will really hurt the Bulldogs' chances if Wood can dob this. I think he has. No, it's faded. And a minor, so it keeps the Bulldogs in the game. What can they do off half back? High kick. Man, that's a good mark by Dean. Ball is always a little dry at the start of each quarter. Ash Curran best position, misses him. Swinging out as Lincoln Black. The bullocking Black boys have had a real game and a half. And Farquhar in the drop zone and it's got the mark.
Just pays to be in front, Aaron, doesn't it?
You said at the start, didn't you? Got to be in front and wet weather footy. And here's an example of it. He just got his way in front and maybe another player needed to come over the top. It's coming back. It's not going to come back enough for Minor. And there's some Hardy supporters there. Standing out in, it is now officially a mizzle.
Are they Hardy or just crazy?
They're motivated. Yeah, their team playing. They're the under-14 players, I think, from Tamar. Well, he's going to have to kick it soon, Colson, because he was going to run into the car park there. And he somehow found Nason. I really want Polgalese to kick a goal too late. Now I've got his pronunciation right. And I reckon that's going to Colson, is it? So can he generate something via Harris? That's clever from Harris. He'll get some distance. He'll get it onto that big long left foot. This is going to go at the back, this ball. No, it wasn't. Fabulous defensive work by McLeod then. I thought for all money that ball was going to pop out the back and they were going to be on. Jordan. Ray slung off it. Pike bashing it off the ground. Trying to pick it up was Bracken. Slung down was Pike again. Tamar looked like they got a little bit more energy, Andrew.
Look, they're up and about, aren't they? Those couple of late goals in that quarter, I think that's really boosted their drive.
They've got their 3 best players around the ball. Colson always goes right and then always goes long. There's 1 on 2 though. It's nearly into the chest. It's quite taken. Oh, that's an interesting one. He didn't actually need to do that. Trying to shove his weight around.
Yeah, it was high and
high and unnecessary, I reckon.
And front on too.
Yeah, not necessary from, I think that's Woods. And I'm actually trying to pick up who this player is. He's got a lot of mud over his uniform. So the Bulldogs to get back into this match. There are.
The crowd like it, Aaron. The crowd love it.
The kennel is up. We'll have to see that in the replay to get an idea. I apologise. Still can't see his number. I'll probably get another text. It might be... Unfortunately, we got no idea. I do apologise. We couldn't see his number. And from a fairway away.
We didn't actually even need the goal umpire for that one because the crowd called it.
Yep.
Number
there
12.
He is.
Number 12.
Matty Lane, that's his second goal. So great. Thanks for that, Duff. Zooming in on Matty Lane. His number on the front's the only one I can see. He's got muddle over the back of his Guernsey, which just prevented. So Matty Lane with his second goal. And the Dogs within a kick and a half. And just in front of me is Ash Smith, who's involved with the Demons. He's going to come up and help out with the girls' commentary in a minute. Is the under-10s coach down there. He's pacing up and down the fence, looking very nervous. He's very attached to this group of boys. Now Lloyd is going to go across the ground. Dean looked for the footy and it wasn't there. It surprised him. It's going to jump up behind him and grab him, maybe for a while. Looks like Black's got a new shirt on because he's looking pretty clean. Polgalise whips off a handball. Now it's in towards, can Jones get it? Colgrave finds a little bit of turf which doesn't have mud on, and he gets it back again, Colgrave. Now he finds an area, he finds Harris. Harris needed a better option than that, but it was adequate for him. Wedgman was there. Players are slipping over without even actually going near the footy. Colgrave, the left hand wasn't quite powerful enough to execute that handball, but reaching down was Gatenby. Gets it up towards half forward now. Summers. Hollingsworth maybe gave away a free kick. The umpire said no, that was okay. Busting his way through was McLeod. McLeod finds Woods. Polgalise at the back. Nearly got it. A couple of good Georgetown boys in this team without an under-16 Georgetown team. They've come across the Tamar. I think about 4 of them, or at least 3 or 4 of them, I think, came across in the end. There's one of them, Oliver Jones. Colgrave has a player to defend him. He just pushes off Mason Black and then gets it up high. And there's a handball to Carr. Carr streams away. Carr gets up. Polgalise in best position, but he couldn't quite win it out.
Some good defence there from the Bulldogs.
Carr again. Colson goes back and now wins it. Looks up the field, trying to find an option. And it's not a bad one. And he finds Summers.
They had good numbers down there, the Bulldogs, didn't they?
Yeah, and look, this is where the issue becomes, because they don't have numbers up here. As Jordan wins the footy out, finds Savage, 1-2. Those guys have been really competent today. Long time waiting under the footy. Colgrave trying to lift his side and then just gets it off the deck, as does Savage. That was actually well directed from Savage. And saw his teammate. They're just trying a little bit here, the Bulldogs. They are in this game. Colson. Pinched out of the pack by Lane. Hollingsworth's got it. Hollingsworth plays on, swings it onto his right, misses to the right.
With just over 10 minutes to go, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, I think it is. Here's the replay. Man, look at Hollingsworth go. He had a couple to beat. They put a lot of pressure on him, but that was very gettable.
He was just running the wrong way though, and he sort of
maybe hasn't maybe snapped too many like that over his career. Bracken's been great in this quarter too. He's had a bit of the ball. Tamar now get it up. A long time waiting on the footy. That was nervous from Hield. Then he got it on his chest. Hield's chip to Jones, and now it should be Woods' ball. Jones follows it up. Jones tries to kick it off the ground. He was unsuccessful. Milne holds it up. He's tackled by 2 Tamar players, and we're going to have a throw up inside the forward 50 here. Plenty of time for the Dogs to make a run. Dean to go in the ruck against Woods. Colson now with that drive. He tries to flick a handball over to Nason, and then a fresh area from Nason. He's thrown off the footy. A swing on goal. It's stayed to the left. Dangerous moment as Harry Templar within sniffing distance of a sausage roll. Eight points the difference. Black up. Now Black down. Templar tapping the ball.
The crowd's gone a bit quiet out there, Aaron. I think they're all very nervous.
I actually think they're proper nervous. Tamar probably came in as slight favourites. South were a team that maybe thought on the day they can get Tamar. Savage. Swinging kick from Savage. Geez, every time he gets it, it's generally an effective touch. Dean. He doesn't have much time before he has to get the boot on the ball. And running over the top of that is Heald, and now it's found the boundary line. There they are, the fans just yelling out of their cars.
They're passionate, those mothers,
their windscreen wipers going and their windows down just enough so they can scream support, or maybe some suggestions to the gentlemen who are currently running around in the fluoro colours. As Black was knocked to the ground, he just doesn't give up. He just does not give up, Lincoln Black. High ball, Templar in best position. Milne also in good position. Jordan. Colgrave off the ground. Bracken also, and then there's another off the ground by Colgrave. Maybe a hold without the footy on Jordan. It didn't get called. It players crash over each other. Somewhere in amongst that's a free kick. And the umpire's found one to Beams. So Beams will go to the pocket. It's a good kick from Beams. That's an even better mark. Clever by Beams. He saw a teammate in a better position. He just waited the kick. Is that Pike? He's kicked to the pocket. Templar takes it down from the stratosphere. And he's going to seal it for the Demons.
That was clever footy, you know, because it was he could see he was out the front of two Bulldogs
Once again,
players.
he was playing in front, wasn't he?
But
it was a good jump.
He was going to kick it long, and then he changed his mind.
Did, yeah, it was
passed
good.
it to him.
It was really good, clever play. And is this it for the Demons? I think they're home here in the grand final. Templar Dobbs won. And they're now out to 14 points, and that's their best lead for a good 20 minutes.
I think you called it then, Aaron.
Yeah.
That's a big call. We've still got plenty of time for them to come back, those Bulldogs.
Yeah, there is plenty, but it's going to be hard work. As the light's starting to take effect.
I think I might challenge you on that one.
Yeah, I'm happy to be challenged. I'd love to see the Dogs come back. Let's have another close one here.
That was a good goal, though, wasn't
As
it?
the smoke is starting to rise in the Northern Midlands in the NTJFA Grand Final Gala Extravaganza. It started in fine weather and it's ended in a little bit of cool stuff, but the footy has no doubt been outstanding. We've got some changes here. There's Wedgman back on the ground. We've got an injury, and I'm just trying to pick up who it is. Martin Duffy might be able to just swing down with the camera. I think left Duff, go left. There's Polgalise coming off. Yeah, that's a hard one. That's Nason. He looks a little shaken up too. Great job there by the trainers and the staff. South Bonnie's such a fab little footy club, and they're really well resourced with some super people and getting Nason off the ground, and they need a score within a couple of minutes. Dean in there, Harris in there, all their good decision makers. Colson, or maybe it's Bracken. Yeah, Colson and Bracken are both in there. On the cricket pitch is Bracken. Colson dishes out a handball and finds Button. Button's kick has gone to nearly the best player on the ground in Jordan. Savage equally as good. I reckon he's going to be called for a throw, and that's unlucky for Savage because there was mud on the footy and he had no chance to really get possession. Button now streaming out. And there's a push here, and it's going to be a free kick to Tamar. And Swain's got it. Swain out.
What do you think Tamar coach said to his boys at three-quarter time? Because he's lifted them.
Oh, actually, well, he's made some structural changes, and there's going to be 50 here. Ash Carr, he's a bouncy lad, Ash Carr. He just he just looks nervous and excited all at the same time, like a spaniel. Oh, I'm a fan. I really reckon he's played well today. I think he's been able to settle things down. This guy's been good, hasn't he, Templar? They've actually got a better forward line structure. It's been a nice work-up. They're going to go in again. He's trying to find Farquhar. Just at the back is Black. Black kicks it to the top of the square. I thought he might have had a shot on goal, and maybe his was. Colgrave with a rush kick out. Kick and hope from him. And it's drifting away here for the Bulldogs. Savage, once again, Savage decision-making so good. And held onto the footy and held onto the footy. Farquhar high into the square. At the back of the pack, it's going to be a goal. It's going to be the winner. Overlet kicks it. He kicks his second. And Tamar have done it. What a turnaround season to have after getting belted for a month and a half in Division 1. Some players were really not enjoying their footy. Able to request a movement down to their Division 2. And it's been really close with those top 2 or 3 teams. We've had some great battles against South throughout the season, and clearly indicated today that they're in the right spot for their club and the right spot for their group of players. They may have gone through the whole year not winning a game if they'd stayed in Division 1. So maybe some people think it's a bit controversial, but we've got a group of players playing in the right environment for them to enjoy their footy, and that's the main thing. And they're going to take out a premiership for the community up the river. A few people connected to Bridgenorth, probably would have come from the old mini league. Lads from Beauty Point and Beaky. And there's Savage. That's a good mark overhead. Going all day. It's taken by Mason Black. Black up towards the left pocket. Milne over the back spoils that one. Now it's down to Farquhar. Farquhar had it, and then the umpire said he did not dispose of it. And there's a couple of minutes left here in the grand final. Steele. And he decides to knock it out to Gatenby. Carr coming in from the side, and he nearly gave away a free kick, and a really good mark from Bracken, who's had an outstanding game. Colson. He's had to beat a multitude of Tamar players throughout the day, and one of those was Oliver Jones. Hard to pick a best on ground, isn't it, Andrew?
I don't think I'd be like to be picking a BOG today.
Most of these players, there's Hollingsworth, he's a bit sore and he just limps over the boundary line. A bit like a marathon runner at the end of the Olympics. He does look a little sore. I hope that's actually just a leg or a bump, nothing wrong with his head. He's thrown his body around. He's an athletic individual. Jordan trying to bust his way through. Ashkar will pick up this first. He still struggles to grab that greasy footy. Now it's in towards Gatenby. Gatenby high, and Jones has got it. Jones off half-back, and it feels he'll just settle it down. Use the last few seconds here. He drives it up towards centre wing. And there's a good mark here over the front of Ashkar by Gatenby. He's had a really good last quarter. And he just barrels it up towards the middle. Jordan slung away. And the umpire said, you took him on, Jordan. Holding the football. Last dash here for the Dogs. Tries to get a handle out to Kerrison. It's clever by Kerrison. Actually tried to kick the ball backwards. You can just see that it's really becoming challenging, this condition. And it's done for Tamar. The Tamar Demons win the 16 Div 2, and their players come onto the ground. And a valiant effort from the Dogs. They've still got 2 teams to go, and the only Tamar team that made it to the big dance today have won the game.
That was a great game of footy, Aaron, wasn't it?
That was a beauty, yeah.
The Dogs certainly didn't give up, did they?
No, and I thought really until the last 5 minutes it was anyone's game, and then that late goal from Gatenby, and there's Ashkar shaking the hands. Good sportsmanship from Tamar. They'll get over there. And we'll just quickly wrap up this one. Maddie Lane with a couple, Sammy Cook with 2, Overlet with a couple for Tamar. The rest are all singles. And we're going to have to turn it over because we've got Michael Maney coming back in to take over, a man who's actually trained to do this. I am really looking forward to this game. We're going to have Ash Smith come in and give us some special comments as well. Super game of footy. Tamar have done it. Handshakes all around. We've got the 17 girls, Division 1. It's going to be a blockbuster. South Lonnie versus East. Can the upstart East Launceston, can they get South in their final game? We'll have a quick break and Michael Maney up next.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Welcome to the next game. East Launceston and South Launceston, the under-17 girls Div 1 match. And the umpire has the ball in hand. Michael Maney and Aaron Roberts with you to call this game. And we are about to get underway. Up it goes. Out of the middle. It will be a scrappy affair because there's been a little bit of rain around and the ground's a little bit chopped up, and we get another ball up. Up it goes again. Rucks go at it. No one can get a clear break from the middle. Here we go now. Certainly is now through Leanna Freestone. Ball's already very slippery and it's muddy. Nicely done by Mimi Brown. The mark has been taken again by Leanna Freestone. Gets the ball onto a boot, up forward, almost a mark. Umpire said play on. Here's an opportunity. Jaslyn Freestone can't get through. Clean bowled a couple there. And the umpire said a high tackle. And it will be a free kick to East Launceston.
Yeah, so the two Freestone girls getting involved early. Wherever they go, I'm sure they protect each other in the school ground as well. There's Lily Nast. She gets it over the top, and I think Leanna's given a free kick away here. Really well matched up. Ava Curtis, one of the stars for East Launceston. There's Ella Nast coming in and trying to get the football. It just bounced off her shoulder. And players are in there trying to get the football, and unsuccessful as Ella gives it back. Left-hand side of the screen as Jaslyn Freestone in the ruck. You can battle. These two teams are evenly matched. I saw them about 6 weeks ago at Youngtown, and it was a pretty tight affair where South got away late. In the end, pretty easily win for them. And it's going to be a free kick. I think just being given away there by Gemma Walters. She's playing in the middle at the moment, Gemma. There's a slightly scrubby kick, but it's still bashed forward by the Bulldogs. And it's going to be picked up here. So the Bulldogs just struggling to find a bit of a way forward, and it's going to go trickling towards the boundary line. And it's just kept in play. It's got to pick up number 29. Oh, there she is, Bennett, and out of bounds.
It'll be tough conditions here for the girls, but they've got to adapt quickly. Same for both teams. Sometimes it's hard to see the numbers with the girls with the ponytails.
Yeah, the ponytail, Michael. We'll ask him to cut them off, but just maybe do what the 14 girls did and have them in tight ringlets.
Yeah, that would be good. Over the shoulder, looks like a free kick. He's going to East Launceston. So out of half back, high kick. Not one for the high flyers today, and that was nicely done in the end by Lily Nast. Bulldogs here have an opportunity. Handball comes out. Just trying to just knock it and kick it off the ground. Just bending over and doing it well there was Ashton Billing for East Launceston. High ball, no one can take a mark. Just a little kick out of there, just off the ground again. That was nicely done by East Launceston. Nast again. Yeah, sometimes kicking it off the ground, it's a good idea sometimes. You've got to get it right. No one can really get clean possession here. Just jamming it on the boot there was Ava Curtis for East Launceston. Maybe a kick off the ground might have been okay there. That's a slippery ball. No one can really get proper possession of it. And swinging around was Jaslyn Freestone. Umpire's blown the whistle and a free kick coming out here. Not sure what it's for or who it's to.
Brazilian pushing it back to Nast, and I think it's going to be Liana Freestone with the football off half back. I actually think technically it was a throw maybe at the back, so she's kicked it out wide. There's a little bit of real estate here for people to work with, and there's a shove in the back, and it's a pretty easy free kick to give away. Then it's going to be taken by Jenna Walters. I saw her mum before. She was very nervous about seeing her daughter play. So Jenna's kick up towards half forward, and driving into the ground is Imogen Richards. And we're going to have a ball up just in front of centre wing. So the lights are on here at Longford Football Ground. His Billing was in the ruck, the VC. And she's going to have to get off the turf there. And Jaslyn Freestone helping her up. And Doles too will now compete in the ruck with a large amount of dirt here from Longford on their Guernseys. Nearly swinging through was Hoare. Billing again with her hands trying to go up. Curtis in there. And a quick hack comes out by Smith. And knocked out by Poppy Lone. Poppy Lone will play off half back for most of the day. May see her go forward at some stage. It's right in front of us as the lights are shining on the mud here at Longford at the moment.
Free kick here going to Emma Jepson for East Launceston. So she's coming out wide to the broadcast side of the ground. Almost opportunity for Maisie Edwards. Quick kick out of the congestion. Trying to be clean in this situation. Nicely done by Lily Nast, who got it onto a boot and just got it forward. Bulldogs defence working overtime, really close to the line. Boundary umpires there, and there's that whistle. The whistle is blown.
She's pretty desperate to keep that in there, Keeley, and she's saying, hang on, have I given away a free kick? She's saying, I tried to handball it. Now she stands on the mark out of bounds.
Olivia Frost with the free kick. No one can get a clean possession here. Taylor Weldon was there. Couldn't get through. Now the defence of the Bulldogs standing firm. Or almost Nast, who couldn't quite hang on to it. Chance here for the Bulldogs as they funnel it forward. Nice tackle on Freestone there. Terrific work. And free kick will go to Ashton Billing, who's starting to get a touch or two.
Yeah, Billing's been good. She's a tough player. She's going to run near Liana throughout the day. I enjoy that matchup. Now it's just work to the middle. Ella Nass applying some pressure. You'll get this Ella Nass. Really tough competitor, and down on the ground. We're going to have a ball up. So no score here. We've gone 7. And I imagine if it's anything like the Div 2 game you called a little while ago, Michael, it's going to be low scoring. Jaslyn trying to win the football. I'm just going to call the Freestone girls by their first name. In fact, that's not Jaslyn, I should say. That's Maisie Edwards. She does look a little like Jaslyn. Maisie Edwards goes up in the ruck. And there's Liana Freestone. She'll win this footy and drive it out, as she often does. The runner-up in the 17 girls best and fairest behind Jenna Griffiths. Ava Curtis, and there's Isabel. And nice work by Lily Nast as well. And in a bit of space is Calvert. Calvert just knocks it up towards half forward. Ella in there as well. She couldn't quite win the football. And a fortuitous little poke off the ground by Keely Morrison has got it up. That was probably only a throw then. Banks loses it and then realises she has to lay a tackle. And a little punch forward by Page. And we're going to have a ball up.
It's like a rolling maul, isn't it?
I feel like we're going to see a bit of that
today. At the moment, we will. Ball just flicks out the back. Bulldogs' defence has been working hard. That might be a free kick just for dropping the ball. And the free kick is going to go here to Maggie Chen. So Chen goes with a high kick. Not one for the high flyers today. You've got to be good on the ground. Bulldogs' defence here. Almost a free kick there to Michaela Down.
Yeah, good contest down there. And we've got Ash Smith joining us in for some special comments. Ash Smith from the Tamar Demons Footy Club. You feeling okay, mate, after that game?
Hard-fought contest in the Div 2 16 boys, but come out with a win.
Yeah, good. Just get a little bit closer. Oh, perfect, Ash. Good on you, mate. Tough contest here for the girls at the moment.
Loose ball. They'll go off the ground, and that's a real smart move in today's conditions. They've had a lot of football on this ground. And out it goes. Maisie Edwards getting involved. Kicking it off the ground was Maggie Chen. Little handball coming out there, knocked on. Any way you can get this ball forward. Just a little nudge in the back there. So the free kick will come. Boots it forward. No one can take the mark. East with defence. Just a little chipping ball. Picked up by Calvert. She can't get through. Scrappy old affair, but they're the conditions. Pretty tough on the girls tonight. I've had to wait all day for this. And then to come out and watch it rain all day.
Hasn't warmed up, Michael, either, has it?
No, I think it might be getting colder, Aaron.
That's usually what happens. Yeah, this window's been open all day, hasn't it? All right, so I think we've got a number change. Ash Smith is saying Ava Curtis is 35, so we might just have to check that one. And now we've got a one-on-one here inside the forward 50. What a contest in the end for Zachary. Wasn't able to win the footy. Now, Ash Smith, you know these players really well, formerly 17's coach. I've heard you're going to be 17's coach again, is that right? Can I announce it here on Duff TV?
Well, I think we'll run it past the NTJFA first, mate. No, Ava is in number 5 Guernsey here. We've just got that ponytail trick with the 17 girls.
Yep. Yeah,
Ava with the ball now.
There's Ava there, beautiful. So Ava Curtis with the footy off half back. We've got to, as we say, and there he is up towards Lily Nast. Yeah, that looks like Liz's kicking style. That's a good option for Lily. She's moved it up towards half forward. She's found Calvert. Calvert gets dragged to the ground, and it's going to be ploughed here. Smart play now from South. It's in towards Morrison. Morrison drives it up, and Billing in the way. And she's been caught a few times by Michael Maney, and she's taken a good mark, and she chips it up further field, up towards half forward. 2 players around there. Maybe a little hold it out the football. The umpire didn't call it. And there's Nast on the edge. She'll reach down, does Ella. Couldn't quite take clean possession. East with some numbers around this one. Taylor Weldon in there for South Bonnie. Back towards the middle of the ground. There's Billing. Reaches down, looks for a teammate to handball, and she does. And she finds Ava Curtis, who swings it around Ava Curtis. And that's a very effective kick to Chen. Now, Chen's a good user. She's also got the cleanest uniform out there too. Must be keeping her feet, Chen. She misses Ella Nass. Ella Nass has a couple of players to beat. She's getting a little bit harassed by Gillow. Trying to bust away through the pack was Jempson. And now it's going to come out here.
Opportunity for East as that rain starts to really bucket down there. Ella Nast back in the thick of it again. Now an opportunity for Ava Curtis. Kicks it inside the 50 well and truly. Bulldogs have got to defend here, and maybe a free kick. for being held on to just a little longer in the tackle. And
impressions early, Ash, of the game so far, other than the poor weather?
Typical start to a grand final. Both sides having a fair crack at the footy. Be interesting to see if one of the sides can keep running and opening the game up a bit.
Keely Morrison had that free kick a moment ago, so the Bulldogs go out wide. As you can see on screen, it's pretty consistent. This wet weather, nicely done by, it looks like Ava Curtis, was it, who bullocked her way through. She might have run too far.
Gee.
Yeah, I didn't know about that.
So Lands has got it. It's got a few chords going around here in the commentary position. We've got to deal with everything. Duff TV, you never know what they're going to throw it up as Lanza knocks it up towards the half-forward line. She was trying to find Banks. Out the back was Brown. And there's Freestone with a quick kick in towards half-forward. Now, would love to see a score here. I see the players just dive into the mud. There goes for Zachary. She might get it back here again for Zachary. She then gets some support for over the top from Frankham. And that is quarter time here in the first stanza, and a 0-0. Early days. Ash Smith, your thoughts? You only saw a little bit. I know you're seeing the presentations. Just got to zoom in there. Oh, there we go. We get the right. Ash, your thoughts on that first little period of footy?
I think the both sides are attacking the ball. It's going to be one of them games where the girls have just got to keep putting their body on the line until someone can break through. Playmakers from both sides. We're looking towards Liana Freestone in the South Lonnie side in the middle. Also, coming up against a girl like Maisie Edwards, who's just going to keep going all day. So, going to be a low-scoring game. I reckon whoever can kick 3 to 4 goals is going to win the game.
Maybe even 2 goals the way it's going, and a bit of an idea. So, a pretty good first quarter here. We might have a break here on Duff TV. We've got the three-way commentary, Michael Money, Aaron Roberts and Ash Smith, and we'll be back in a few moments.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
About to get underway in the second term. This is East Launceston versus South Launceston. Girls under 17, Div 1. No score in the first quarter. Tough conditions for the girls. They've got to try and get their heads around it somehow. Find out the best way to score. So up they go in the middle. They nullify each other, but East gets the second tap down. Nicely done. Ball just kicked high. No one can get clean possession. Clean possession today, well, you'll never get it. It's going to be dirty possession. Every single time you pick it up, it's just crazy. Here's the Bulldogs just coming out and got a free kick, and that's fair enough too. A nice little nudge in the back. And now, is that Imogen Richards, I think, maybe, who's kicked it really, really high.
We've got ponytails and mud to contend with now, Michael.
Yeah, we have. And I've never seen any of them play before, so Aaron, you've got me covered well and truly. And I think it might be one of the Nasts, is it, that's got it here? So the kick forward, no chance of a real high mark, and that just paddled through. Nicely done in the end by Georgia Gillow. And so the first score of the game,
we're away.
A celebration.
We're not going to have a 0-0 at the end of the game. Gillow getting that one through, and it was quite a deliberate one as well by Gillow. Smart play from her. Now we've got a run on here. That Nass with a big bump off there, and just swing around Johnson up towards her defensives or her half forward. There's a little chippy kick off the ground, and it's not really advantaged her team. And out of bounds in front of Brown. There's a few fans. We had about 20 or so East supporters supporting the 14 girls. They stood down there with the banners, and they're ready to get into action as Jaslyn Freestone with the tap on that one. Still in best position here, East, to try and get a score on the board. No one can really win possession. Coming through was Brown. I think she's probably tackled without the ball. That's a dangerous kick. I think that's Ava Curtis has got the footy now, and she's going to have a shot at goal. I don't think she's that confident. She's going to pop it on to Ella Nast. And Ella Nast is about 5 metres closer. And the first set shot on goal, and I even reckon Ella might be a couple of metres too far out. But let's see if she's got the journey. Ella Nast got it on the toe, and she snuck it through. Yeah, she nearly snuck it through for a goal. She's got it through for a minor score.
Yeah, very tough conditions for the girls to be able to hold on to that footy and get it from hand to foot. And it can waver so much. Here's an opportunity for the Bulldogs as they stream forward. Can we get some clean ball here? Leading in the race for the footy is Poppy Lone. Just stopped and propped and did okay in the end. Now a little quick kick forward by Bonnie Talbot for the Bulldogs. At least they're still trying to get the skills of the game going. A free kick, and this is going to Gemma Walters, held without the footy. She didn't know she had a free kick, but she was pretty happy when she was told. So she goes with a longish kick inside. They just do the crumbing. Handball comes out. Little kick off the ground. That was nicely done by Kaylee Powell for the Bulldogs. And the umpire just blew the whistle just a fraction of a second too early before that ball jarred loose.
Yeah, I think they were going to be away then. So Chen, look out for her in this ruck contest. Billing comes in late. She's going to try and tap it at Chen. She doesn't get it. Ella Nast tries to go down and reach it. Just sort of flicks out of her fingertips. Up and towards the pocket. Here's a chance now. Just go off the ground. And it's to the left and a minor. So their first score. So we've got some points on the board here in the 17 Division 1 Girls Grand Final. And the lights are on, and we're looking for Johnny Dodd to light the fire pot. Get that 40-gallon drum lit up, Johnny, wherever you are. That's a long kick out. It goes over the top. And now it's the foot race. Curtis gets onto it first, decides just to bash it onto a boot, gets past a couple of players. Girls are really lifting here, and once this ball starts to flow, it gets going okay. Freestone with a tackle. She just reaps it off. And then quickly kicks it out towards the middle of the ground here at Longford. And there's Nast. She gets it up towards half forward. Neither team can take the mark. Looks like that might be either Gillow or Banks. Just got a bit of mud across the number. And there's Gillow again. And running it from the side is Nast. She's going to try and pinch this one out the back. She can't. And they get tackled to the ground. And they're going nowhere. Great work from Gillow. And the last to get up out of that is, as always, Macy Edwards. Freestone gets a tap onto it. Edwards now win it. She looks to find a retrieving handball. And just chopping on the ground is Smith. Goes against Smith. Well, the East players just kind of left her alone for a period of time. Billing came in late to provide some pressure. And the umpire said, that is a sling. Look at that effort from the umpire. He loved it.
Here we go. Here it is. Sling him up. with a sling tackle. I tell you what, the one thing about the girls' game is the tackling. It's a feature. They really do. They take it on board. Here's an opportunity for the Bulldogs, but East have cleared the decks nicely. Just a real lope, isn't it?
Walters,
there from Walters.
I think she's a bit... They're probably a bit worried about slipping over as they're going to the footy because I know they're on television.
Well, it's difficult too when you're running to the boundary and you think, oh, look, it's going to be difficult to pick it up. What do I do? Do I kick it off the ground? I'm close to the boundary line. I can't afford to do that.
What would be the instructions, Ash? I mean, from the coach when it's this slippery?
Conditions of today, metres gained is everything. So, kick off the ground and run to space.
All right, so we're trying to get a little bit of space out the back. Is Buck. She's not going to have much luck. Just lost her off camera there for a second. I'll stick my head out the window and see if I can pick her up. Fazakerley in there. Fazakerley might have given away. I think Fazakerley's won a free kick. She has. She got held off the ball. And I love footy when people celebrate when they get a free kick. So Fazakerley's left-hand pocket. And I hope she goes back and kicks a goal after that celebration. Just imagine what she'll celebrate if she kicks it. It's a pretty good kick for Fazakerley. She's 20 out. This is the big moment. Kicks on goal. It's fading left. It was good effort. Needed to maybe rub the mud off the footy, Ash.
Yeah, Faz, another under-16 representative earlier on this year in March against the Mornington Peninsula. Played at full forward and played a pretty serviceable game up there.
Certainly enjoying her day at the moment. Now she's going to lay a bit of pressure as the ball's coming out here for East. Jaslyn Freestone in best position. She has a lot of mud over the top of her Guernsey. The Freestone household will be busy watching Guernseys tomorrow morning. They'll probably wait till tomorrow morning. Surely they'll celebrate what's been another big year for the South girls. Billing probably got a hand to it first. Then she pinches it back. Fazakerley involved. Chen lost it, and I think it's going to be a free kick here.
Would have been a throw, I think. The ponytails have got us again, but Isabella Keating. Ball flicks over the back. Here's an opportunity. I think it could be a goal. I think it is.
Gemma Walters.
Gemma Walters has got the goal, the first goal of the game.
And I'm going to lean out the window and see if her mum's got excited yet. Barb's down there somewhere. I assume Barb is excited because she's a nervous football watcher.
If she's not excited, she should be. So that's the first goal of the game. South Launceston 1-2-8 to a couple of behinds. And here's the build-up to that goal, and she just slipped out the back.
Right place at the right time, wasn't it, Michael?
Did nicely.
Yeah, well, you can't all go for the footy. What I noticed with the Tamar boys at times, they all didn't go for the footy in the 16s, and the other games we've seen today, those players that haven't all rushed in for the footy, it does come out. It slips out eventually because you can't keep hold of it.
Back in the centre. Bulldogs got a bit of a taste for it at the moment. Overrunning it was Taylor Weldon for South. Had a golden opportunity there, Taylor, but she couldn't get a handle on it. And that's been a common theme of this afternoon. Well done by Freestone, just knocked it forward. Who can extract the footy from there? South really on the charge at the moment. The kick off the ground was okay. Little handball over the top by Maisie Edwards.
Billing and Edwards have been really good, getting involved in the game, using their strength at the moment.
And they're going to have to. They're going to have to be really consistent with it.
Yeah. What do you reckon? You happy with this match up at the moment? We've got Billing and Freestone. It's a good one in the middle, isn't it, Ash?
Yeah, it is, Aaron. Both good footballers. Ashton quite aggressive towards the ball. Jazz has quite a lot of skills. Yeah,
she's grown in a game, Jazz. She certainly has, and permanently playing in the ruck, and she's got a few more years of 16s footy as well. As that's knocked over by Edwards. And now knocked out the side. So East with the chase on here. Can it stay inside the boundary line? And it didn't. Nearly ran out the gate. A few balloons from the North Lonnie 7-14's boys team still left. Good performance from them with their victory.
We need that helicopter to come in from was it Windsor Park the other day?
Yeah, I reckon it might blow a few toupees off, though. That'd be the only thing, Michael. No one can win it out of the ruck. It was a curious thing. I did talk to a few people involved in it, and they reckon it was going to work. Well, the ground was in actually pretty good nick on Tuesday, so it was more the optics of it, I think, than anything else. Perception means a lot. And that's going to trickle over the boundary line just in front of the interchange.
Yeah, we're doing our best to make it right. That's the thing. We want more games here.
Yeah, that's it.
That's fair enough. So, long kick here by Woods. Up they fly. Freestone couldn't take the mark. She's got her fingertips on it. Handball over the top. Another handball out there by Maisie Edwards for East Launceston. They all just dive in the ball. The umpires, I think, have done a pretty good job today because these games have been difficult to umpire.
What do you reckon, Ash? Do you want to be an umpire, mate? Next year, maybe, instead of being the 17s coach for Tamar?
Quite happy coaching, mate. I leave that to the umpires. They do a fantastic job.
Outstanding work for the umpires today. I've been really pleased. Really great decision making now. Now it's going to be taken by Remy Smith, who's getting a little bit of the ball. Wow. Speaking of, it's a celebration again. I'm loving the Faz at the moment. Fazakali's got the football, and she's very much within her range. What do you reckon, Ash? She's in range?
Yep, she is. I'll back her in here.
All right, Fazakali from 25 metres out. She swings a little to the right. And Ash Smith's been dropped down to assistance coach now, the rep team, with that call. And
just backed her in to get the distance. Is that qualify that statement?
Correct.
It is. And actually, it stopped. The rain stopped, but the ground's not in any better condition than probably what it was 20 minutes ago. And that probably meant it was a little harsh. He's actually played on from the point post, or between the 2 point. You've got to come through the middle. You've got to exit the right spot or enter the right spot on the ground. So go back there and do it again, Lucy Dennis. She's played a fair bit of footy, Lucy, too. Now she just does it all again and goes to the same spot.
There you go.
There goes Dennis. She kicks it up. Freestone in best position. Juggling mark by Freestone. Now, she's got an opportunity, Freestone, to move this on. Fazakali was in there. Now she's waited. The umpire nearly got in the way. Fazakali's going to be out over the back, and Dennis is there.
Yeah, just needed to get it. Just the Faz was in a good position.
She was desperate for it, wasn't she?
She was. Nice mark, and that's taken by Ashton Billing. Kicks down the line. Hard ball to be won here. No one really wants to take it.
I don't think Remy Smith wanted to pick it up.
No, she didn't. Billings again. Just clears the area. Just jammed it on the boot. Bouncing ball. Nass couldn't quite trap it. She may be an opportunity to receive here. She goes back in. Got one high. Umpire said yes. Just a clip round the ear.
Example of really deserving it, isn't it, Ella, then? She just didn't stop.
Just stuck with it. Moves off the line, kicks to the wing, or just bounces over the back. So South have got a bit of work to do here, and they did it nicely. A couple of clean jumpers there, which is absolutely brilliant for us. Number 34, Carmen for East Launceston. Ball flicks out the back. Tough conditions. Well, no one really wants to bend over, and Nass says, give it to me, I'll jam it on the boot.
Nass is as determined and as motivated as anyone. Weldon, she's on the edge. Oh, that's a high tackle, and it's not been called. A very physical play there by Remy Smith. She's given away a free, well, actually, in fact, she's won a free kick. So Smith winning the free kick. It looked initially like it may have been a high tackle. And we're creeping up towards half-time. So Smith looking for an option. She's just going to have to kick it up to centre half. And that is half-time here in this grand final between East and South. And South Bonnie kicking a goal by Gemma Walters, getting one off the back of the pack and stabbed it through. And maybe a few comments from Ash Smith before we have a break here for half-time.
Yeah, very even contest for the first half here in the under-17 Div 1 girls grand final. I think the playmakers so far for South have probably been both the Freestone girls. Remy Smith has done some really good things. Also Faz up forward, she's presenting, which is what you always want from a forward. And the East girls, I think Ashton Billing there in the ruck is having a great duel with Jazz Freestone. Maisie Edwards keeps trying her heart out, and Ava Curtis has played a serviceable half.
Yeah, really good first quarter from Ava. Anyway, it's half-time here in the grand final for the 17 girls. Division 1. It's been a blockbuster. We've got one game left, and that's going to be Ripper 2, but plenty of footy left here. East 2 points. South Bonnie 1 goal, 3-9. They've got the lead here at half-time.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Second half about to get underway here in the East Launceston versus South Launceston Girls Under 17 Division 1. Duff TV bringing you all the pictures here tonight and have done all through the day. The guys doing an outstanding job. And so a tough task here for teams to score. But 139 South Launceston, East Launceston, a couple of behinds as they position themselves. Still just a trickle of rain. Just enough to keep us annoyed.
Jasmine Freeston may need a cloth. She's got mud on her face and hands at the moment. She tried to rub her face a minute ago. She just rubbed mud into it from her hand.
Beautifully done. Back in the centre, underway in the second half. So we've got a nice little almost a new footy. Seems a little bit lighter. It's going to get dirty real quick. So the Bulldogs needing to score. Quick little chip. Nicely done there by Lily Nast. The mark has been taken. Bulldogs defence has been working overtime. Been a real wall back there. Little handball comes out. Ashton Billing just got it forward. This is okay. This has been Ava Curtis. So Curtis has been a pretty reasonable player for them. Throws it on the boot. High ball. If you're in front, you're okay. You just need to do the crumbing. Little chip out there. Taylor Weldon for South. Just backs up her work. Another handball coming out. Loose one. Billing. In fact, that is Minnie Calvert. Now the mark taken by Chen. So Chen's a couple of kicks out from goal, you would think. Or maybe not. She's going back pretty deliberately. I think she's going to set this up somehow. And she sets it up well. Oh, gee, you've got to cut these girls a bit of slack. That was almost a mark. And who was it down there? Olivia Frost, who just about took that mark.
We're paying it, aren't we?
Gee, I reckon
maybe she didn't control it.
Gee, there was only a millisecond in it. So Freestone out of the ruck and clears the deck for South.
Good stuff by Freestone. She's done that a fair few times. Now she's found a sister. He's got to contend with a couple of East players hanging off her shoulders. Out to the middle. Bit of free play will be fantastic at the moment. Gets out to Lily Nast. And now it's on her back is Brown. Nast there again. Coming in, providing some support is Keating for South Lonnie. Stagnant footy at the moment. And there's a strong tackle. Feisty stuff by Lanza, who loves the tough stuff. And Lanza wins a free kick. Now she plays on and kicks it up towards half forward. Fazakerley in best position. Got to mark it, and from behind came the dash of Brown and has won a free kick for holding the football. And look at this. Boom. Just turned her at the last minute to ensure that wasn't a push in the back. Martin Duffy goes, well, that was tough. I reckon that was completely fine. Edwards loves to play on. She gets it up to half forward. Juggling ball. Curtis got her hands to it. She might get it back now. She doesn't. It slips through. Coming back in again is Edwards. So she's followed up from that kick. And now she's been called for holding the footy. What do you reckon, Ash?
Second and third efforts there from Maisie Edwards.
Unbelievable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sensational, as Ash said. She's fully involved and engaged in this game. That was absolutely thrown. Two-handed push. Ellen Ast in there. She's fighting for the football with Morrison. Richards. Ellen Ast again. She's just been dragged a bit along. Off the ground's the option. Even that's hard at times, isn't it? If Stewart's got it. Still the ball is live. Now it's knocked out by Hoare, and Hoare kicks a little off. And it's found a South defender in Walters.
High kick. It's okay. Freestone has got it. That's Liana Freestone. Plays on. Drives the kick forward. Gee, they'd like another goal, because then that'll be tough for East Launceston. That ball just stuck in the mud. Nice, clean pickup, but the tackle was equally as good. Lily Nast gets nailed. And there's the ball just stopped. Nast couldn't fend them off. Yeah, nicely done. Play goes on. Brown, just a little half-distance kick, but they'll clear the deck here. Long ball. They all fly. Where are the Rovers and the Crummers? Little handball. That was nicely done by Ava Curtis. Just got it away. The race is on. Frost. In they go. Second effort was terrific by Minnie Calvert there. And it will be a ball up. Wow. Time ticking away. Up it goes. A little bit of clean ball there. And that was Indiana Carmen. But she is penalised, and the free kick will go to Shelby Stewart.
Stewart now up towards half forward. It's pinging back and forth at the moment. Just feel that Easter trying to drive it forward to get a goal. It's onto the cricket pitch. There's a few options here, and it's going to be knocked off, but it's not really going to favour either side. And streaming out of there is Nats in the Lily variety. Curtis gets tackled, and she just slung a handball out at the last minute. She might get it back here again, Nass. She grabs it. She was pulled down by Wilden. Now she drives it up towards the forward 50. Opportunity. Where are the East Crummers? Where are the East forwards? There's Lily Nass. A fresh airy there. The tackle late, and we're going to hold it. And I'm really interested, if you were a coach here, Ash Smith, what would you be telling the players around these contests, particularly when it's forward 50?
Pretty much just to keep the ball moving your way, knocking it out into space and running onto it.
That's a hard call on Lily Nass, surely. She didn't have time to get rid of it. So is there a bit of spacing that teams need to do? Because they're really in tight, aren't they?
Yeah, the girls sometimes get drawn into the play.
As a player who gets drawn to the footy a lot in Liana Freestone. Wherever the footy is, she's always very close to it. And there's Jaslyn getting up with equal amount skin shown, equal amount mud left on her Guernsey. And they climb up and try and get it. Freestone with a heavy bump, she goes down to the ground. A great contest there. Reaching up and trying to grab the footy is Banks. And the umpire says, I'll come and take over.
Maisie Edwards there. Really with plenty of intent, so up they fly. Freestone knocks it down. This is where you've got to be right on the ball. Johnson with a little kick. And the umpire's blown the whistle, and it's got to come back. So it'll be a free kick to Lily Nast.
He tried to do the same thing.
See the girls just flicking their fingers. They flicking their fingers. That mud, get that mud off my hands. But they do it okay, and that they need to do that. It's tough conditions. So kicking it inside was Maisie Edwards for East Launceston. Would love a goal just to tighten this contest up a bit going into the last quarter. So a free kick. It's going here to number 28 in Olivia Frost. So Frost just sneaks away on the left boot. It's a high old ball, but that's okay. And it's been marked, and marked nicely by Emma Jepson. So Emma Jepson gets the kick away. Plenty of Bulldogs here. Jepson's got to really race in and put a bit of pressure on. Loose kick out here by the Bulldogs. And a bit of clean possession here, and they may be away.
Yeah, can Liana Freestone pick it up? She doesn't just pick it up, she also smacks a teammate, the opposition I should say, and gets herself a little bit of space. Poppy Lone clears the ball. It's not really advantaging anyone. Ella Nast in there. Running pass was Calvert. And now it's Stacks on a mill, and Calvert can't release it out the back with a handball. We're going to have a throw. So 7 points of difference here. A little bit of time left. You've got 5.5 minutes left. Billing in the ruck, and then Billing on the ground. And the umpire said Ella Nast has she given away a free kick? Oh, she's actually won a free kick. So Nast just forward of centre wing. She pops it to a dangerous spot. Ava Curtis tries to win the football. Then she stands up, then gets dragged as she was just about to accelerate away from the defender. And we're a stoppage again. So let's see. Ash Smith mentioned these contests. You just can't be drawn in. Let's see what they do here, Ash.
Back to basics today, boys. It's, be in front, put your head over the footy, and keep willing the ball your way.
One interesting thing that I see watching the girls play football, how they roll the ball around. Just sway the ball around. Here's Edwards going into attack. I'll explain what I'm really trying to say in a moment. And the ball in East Launceston's forward 50. Let's hope they can get a goal, because that would make a last quarter absolutely brilliant. Frost, she can't grab hold of the footy. Nast, she's caught with it. And that's pretty brutal today.
She's had a tough game, Nast. A couple of free kicks have gone against her at the moment.
They don't hold the ball still, a lot of the girls. They're
an example right on screen.
Yeah, wobbling it around. They don't hold it still just as they're about to kick, and that's just a ball control thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and they do a lot of, the talent guys do a lot of technique stuff with them now.
Yep.
That's been only the last 18 months.
Yep.
They're doing a lot more of that to try and fix up some of the new things they're learning in these sports. Anyway, so here's a player who's learned a lot recently, Jaslyn Freestone. She's improved her kicking as well. Oh, she panicked for a second. Here comes South. Going to blow it up. Pazakli in front position. Can she get the ball off the ground? It's a scout into the mud. Going to have to defend here calmly. No one can get it. Reynolds. The umpire's waiting. He's going to call it. You can just see him squatting down. And you can hear the noise. And that's Richards. Directly in front now. Should score the second for South. And an old-fashioned flat punt for a goal.
Peter Hudson to be proud of that one.
Absolutely. Ash Smith, what do you reckon? Was that fair?
Oh, might have been a little bit harsh on the East girls there. I think Lucy Dennis's desperation there to take Faz out of the game was fantastic.
Yeah, this is good from Dennis here. So Dennis defending. There's a bump. Dennis is probably a year or so younger too. And here's the free kick. Did she have ample opportunity? Touch and go, but look at the theatrics from the umpire.
Yeah. Tough one there.
I think we've seen a lot of ball ups from tackles like that throughout today in all games that we've seen.
But certainly
a bit harsh.
Yeah, in a wet conditions anyway.
Get caught in the moment sometimes. So 2-3-15 plays, a couple of behinds. South are going to be hard to run down from here. East Launceston haven't been able to get forward with any real purpose. And another ball up. Up it goes. Frost couldn't take it. Kicked off the ground nicely there by Curtis. Here's their opportunity to do something. Can they race in, kick a goal? Calvert just went without it. Goes back in. And And a couple of big tackles laid there.
Just need that one quality touch, don't they? Calvert came through. She didn't quite hold onto the football.
Yeah, just needs something to go right inside 50 here. But that Bulldog defence has been stellar. Here's another opportunity for Nast. Couldn't hold on to it. And it's a bit brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, she's pretty tough, strong character,
Freestone.
Leona, isn't she, Ash? You've seen her train plenty of times.
Takes a strong girl to bring Leona Freestone to the ground.
Yeah, I'd imagine, though, when Jaslyn grows a little bit more, it could be a good battle in the backyard with the Freestone household. Nigel will have to keep them apart, wouldn't he?
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway, a foot race on here as South players running in. That's Frankham. And she just got a little chippy kick, comes out. East with numbers around this one. There's that battle again by Lucy Dennis. She's been stellar back there without any real reward at the moment. Richards. And it's just smacked out towards half forward. So kicking off the ground is an effective measure at the moment. And it's going to be held here. It's on to Page. And then the quick hack up towards half forward. As Michael Maney mentioned a minute ago, it's going to be very difficult to try and get back as Lucy Dennis under some pressure again. High ball. Fazakali isn't going to be able to chase that down, or is she? Fazakali's still there. She's gone around the goalpost, and then she bashes down. She gets it on the boot. She kicks a stunning goal. Hello, Fazakali. It's your moment. How she got a foot onto the Sharon, but she did.
That's crazy stuff, isn't it?
Oh.
Well, she celebrates taking a mark, but she goes completely off the Richter scale when she gets a goal.
I loved every second of it. The Faz against Dennis. What's that? Who was that guy that kicked a goal from Richmond a few years ago? His goal of the year when he ran around the post.
That was Jack.
Yeah.
Who went to St Kilda. Can't think of his second name now.
I was going to say Jack Stevens. So look up the guy, but anyway, we're not worried about the big stuff. We're worried about the local stuff. What a goal!
That's probably the best goal I've seen today. That's
equal. Yeah, best goal.
Wonderful persistence, and so it is three-quarter time. Just got that goal in time. 3-3-21 South Launceston, East Launceston a couple of behinds, and Ash, is going to be really difficult now to mow this down. I mean, 19-point lead. We'll have another look at this goal from the Faz, who did it so beautifully well to run around.
Just the presence of mind to see the goalpost. And then the bump.
What?
Oh, how is that not smothered? That's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And you can see Lucy Dennis at the end. She's just exhausted going, and how did that happen?
Yeah, you give Faz a sniff and she'll make you pay. She's really good around the goals, great goal sense.
So three-quarter time, 3-3-21 South Launceston, East Launceston, a couple of behinds in the NTJFA Under-17 Div 1 Girls Grand Final.
Got it? And there's the one we got. Three. One there. Yeah. Count them. You only got three. Hey, got four now. How many you got now? How many?
ready to go in the final quarter of the girls under 17s Div 1 grand final in the NTJFA. Duff TV bring you all the pictures. Aaron Roberts, Ash Smith in the box. Here we go, final quarter. Bit of work to do, you'd have to say, for East Launceston to be able to get into this game and draw level. They haven't been able to do anything much on the scoreboard, a couple of behinds, and they need to make every post a winner. Ball kicked off the ground by Macy Edwards, and I guess sometimes stoppage after stoppage after stoppage is going to play right into the hands of the Bulldogs.
Absolutely.
Up they go. Nast. Chen just threw it on the boot. Bouncing ball. Doesn't bounce too much, but just hits the mud and skids if you're lucky. And free kick now going to the Bulldogs. So kick in toward the centre. Just crosses the line. Nicely done by Nast. But that kick didn't really go to anyone in particular, so they need to tighten up their foot skills. Difficult in today's footy, but there's a free kick against Weldon, and she was slung to the ground. At least you're going to have a soft landing today.
Yeah, wet and soft.
Very much so, and the free kick is going here to Isabel Brown.
Brown with the ball. Desperate to get his early score. Nass tumbles over. She was trying to get another little shove in her back there. A bit of magic here required for East. The magic if we could see some of the players' numbers here. I know about a third of these girls. The others are a mystery. And without a number, we'll do our best. Into the pocket it goes. And there's Jepson, and she's going to hold it up. No, it's still going free. Dashing out is Brown. Brown, thought she might have had Ella Nast on her right. There's the other one. Kicks it to herself, Nast. Good tussle there in the pocket. Freestone drags it. The umpire said that's out of bounds. And a ripping little contest there. So they've got it deep now. Can they find a way through to score a goal and get the East faithful motivated again, billing in the ruck? And that's a throw, is it? Yes, it is. So Ella Nass now, she get the scoreboard ticking along for East. She's in the right pocket, and quickly all the fans tell her where she's got to be aiming the ball. She probably needs to go on another right metre. So Ella Nass kicks on goal, and she's done it. East, are they back? Ash Smith, are East back?
That one certainly helps, Aaron. I'll tell you what, Ella Nast has come a long way this football season. She represented the NTJFA in the under-16 team. Very unlucky to miss out playing in the under-17 rep team, but her improvement is remarkable this year.
Yeah, I've seen her a few times. I think it's a tenacity as much as anything. Really committed, and she's improving and marking overhead. Here you go. Set shot on goal. Perfect drop punt. Straight through. And the East Lions Footy Club, you can just feel there's a little bit more belief in them at the moment.
Well, she just wants to get involved in the game. She inserts herself into the game, doesn't she?
Yeah, for sure. She's always trying to be first to the ball.
Yeah. So she's kept them in it, so to speak.
She's back in the middle too.
Yeah. Well, you get your good players and get them around the footy. Here they go again. This is a late charge. Long kick, mark has been taken. This is Jepson. So Emma Jepson, who's had a couple of moments. Ball just flicks over the back. Opportunity here for East to get another goal. It's all going their way. Ducking the head was Curtis. Gee, they could do with another one and make it interesting. In goes Nast. Couldn't quite get it. Ball just goes high. Didn't go 15. And they try and struggle it forward. The umpire will say, give it to me.
Just had a few opportunities. Chen then, I thought she could have tried to kick it off the ground. She just went to pick it up, didn't she? I thought, get it going.
Yep. Just wonder what the instruction is, but sometimes you just got to make a really quick decision if you're a player. And sometimes that's not straight out of the coach's playbook. Ball in dispute. And Nass was there. Chance for Edwards. Oh, that's a free kick. A little high. Umpire didn't see it. He was close, but he didn't see it.
I reckon it was nearly an accident. She should have slipped in the mud and then took a high. Here's a replay, but we'll, probably looked high from where we were, but that was the way the cookie crumbles at the moment. As no one's really able to get hold of that one as Gemma Walters on the edge, just playing off the half forward or the half back line at the moment. Billing and Freestone going, and there's Liana. That's holding the footy. That's holding the football or a throw, and Chen with the free kick. So Chen, or is it Billing with the free kick? No, it looks like it's Billing now, or in fact, is that Billing? Who have we got there, Ash? I actually can't tell.
A bit hard to tell.
Oh, she's got close to the player in the mark, right in front, and that's all you've got to do is play in front.
Free kick.
Is it a free kick?
Is it?
I don't think so. No, go back and have your shot. Go back and have your shot. It's Brown directly in front. She's in the goal square to make it a kick. Brown goes high. Brown scores. East to back. And the celebrations are electric. Ash Smith described that.
That's made this game very interesting, guys. Anyone's game now.
Wow. Great pass, wasn't it?
That's a set play.
Yeah, that was a beauty. All the South girls were just stagnant behind. They must have known that ball may have dropped. Look at the support here.
Basic rule of footy, boys, be in front.
That is it, isn't it? Just get in front. Get the ball going forward, get in front, don't get sucked into the footy. Maybe they're the three instructions, but both teams going forward to see if they can match a win here.
Defying physics and science with the ball drop, but it went straight.
It went high.
Wow, things have tightened up here. 7 points the margin now. They still need a couple of goals to win it. But what they can do is get another goal and make it tough. The Bulldogs feeling the pressure now. They hold on to a handy lead. In conditions like this, 7 points is like gold. Here's Chen. Jammed it on the boot. Bouncing ball. They just seem to have their mojo at the moment. Handball over the top. Nast confronted. Still hovers over the ball. Bulldogs. Freestone was there. Umpire crosses the arms and says, give it to me. It'll be a ball up.
They lost one game all year. Was that the Yugo? Tamar? Was it one loss to South?
East beat South in the second semi-final to go straight in.
Oh, sorry, yeah. But that in the regular season, there was no. They didn't lose a game, did they?
Undefeated through the regular season. I don't think South Launceston can afford to go too defensive here. They've got to keep attacking.
Yeah, it's a really tough one, isn't it? There's Freestone in the ruck. She then slides across like she's ice skating. And then she goes down the ground to try and win it. So she's done the lot, as Peter Kunda would say if he was ever a football commentator. And she's also won a free kick. I'm going to have to get a picture of these girls when they come off the ground. It'd be a great sight. Whichever team wins, the camaraderie and competitiveness between these two clubs has been outstanding today. I'm going to ball up as South go forward for the first time. I reckon about 4 or 5 minutes of dominance here from East. They're charging home. They're going down the hill too, to the northerly end of the ground here at Longford. And they've managed to get it to the cricket pitch. Brown, and there's Ella Nass probably giving away a free kick. I think she may have thought the South player had the footy in her hands and she didn't. And she's given away a free kick. So it's off half forward is where it needs to go. And the chant going up here late in the stage as we've got about 5.5 to go here in the grand final. It's a free kick. And don't think it's going to be a shot on goal. It's Frankham again, so she drives it up. No Faz there at the moment. She's just tracking behind here. She still might end up getting this Faz. Her and Lucy Dennis have been going toe-to-toe all day. It's been a great battle.
Certainly has, but it's in the right spot if you're a Bulldog supporter. They just need to keep it in here. If they can lock it in, about 5 minutes to go in the grand final. Taken out of the ruck, Freestone. Just a big pack of players. Who can extract it from here if you're a Bulldog? Edwards working hard. A left foot kick just jammed into an opponent, and it'll be another ball up. She's battled her heart out here in this game, Maisie Edwards, trying to keep her side in the game. Up it goes again. East need a really quick transition out of here and another goal to make it super interesting with about 4 minutes to go in the match. The umpire calls for another ball up. So this playing into the hands of the Bulldogs. They've just got to keep it tucked in. East have got to get it out of here. And they probably need a kick off the ground, something like that, just to extract it from the area. Another quick kick forward, and the Faz has got it. She's got it for Zachary. I think she now holds on to the Premiership Cup also.
What do you reckon, Ash? Directly in front.
Let's wait for the celebration.
Let's just watch and look. And it's for Zachary. Dobs it for South. And the lights are shining here at Longford Football Ground.
Nicely done by Emma Fazakali. And you've just got to kick the ball to dangerous positions. You've got to play in front. We saw a goal at the other end where you're playing in front, and Fazakali positioned beautifully, got to the drop of the ball, took the mark, went back.
And she had Chen on her
finished
as well, not Lucy Dennis, so a bit of a mismatch there, I'd suggest. Yeah, great goal.
Faz, one of those girls, if you let your concentration down, she can kick 2 or 3 goals very quickly in a game of footy.
Well, she's shown it today. She may be the goal-kicking match winner. As Jaslyn Freestone looked around and had no one within her circumference, and she's knocked it up towards half forward again. South have now got that belief back after a dominant period here from East Launceston. And some charge still. Maybe there's one last chance here. Freestone at the right spot. She knocks it up towards half forward. It goes past for Zachary. Can she get another one? Lucy Dennis goes to ground. She then managed to get a handball away. It's still in the play here. Bulldogs still in with a chance. They hold it up. And a couple of minutes left. Around 2 and a bit left here in the grand final. And it's been hard work to kick 2 goals for East in this quarter, you'd imagine. To kick 2 in 2 minutes. I mean, near impossible. For Zachary, snap out of the pack. What's she done? Everything she touches golden. For Zachary, absolutely holy-dolly's kicked the sealer here for the Bulldogs. And Ash Smith called it. Give her a chance and she'll kick a bag.
Yeah, she certainly knows how to play footy, Faz. She gets to the right spots and
just knows where the goals are, senses them.
Yeah, certainly does.
It's been a wonderful wonderful 50 seconds for Zachary. She's found a couple out of nowhere, and here's the replay. This is actually a generally good goal. Look at this. It's a fairly good snap. There's about 8 or 9 arms and legs in there, wasn't it?
So Fazakerly's the most dangerous person at that stoppage, really, yeah. I believe. And then there's no one within cooey of it.
Yeah, well, seemed to have an easy touch. We'll let you call the last minute here. Michael, away you go.
As East go forward, but it's to no avail because the Bulldogs have had their measure pretty much for all of this game. A little spark at the early part of this quarter. Jepson's got the free kick and gets it motoring. High ball thumped away. Nice tackle by Nast, not rewarded in the end. It's a pretty hot football. Can't get out of there. That's Ashton Billing. And another ball up. Time really ticking away here now. We haven't got much time to go, about 30 seconds. In they go. Big tackle.
Still trying Nast, though, isn't she? She's still going and hard.
She's a competitor, no doubt about that. Go the Bulldogs now. Nicely done through Michaela Woods. East haven't given up the ghost. They've tried their hearts out, but it just hasn't been their night. Time ticking away to the final siren, and the umpire will ball it up.
All right, here we go. There it is. East couldn't quite do it on the day, and South have come the hard way, and they've won the premiership. Wonderful effort by South. They were the top team all year. They had a little hiccup late, and there they celebrate in the middle of the ground, and I can tell you they will be absolutely knackered. And there's 2 of their stars, Jaslyn Freestone and the Faz, our favourite, hugging together. And maybe a few words from Ash Smith before we wrap it up. And we've got one more game left, as I can see the South banner about to be opened up for the 16 boys.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, to kick 7 goals in these conditions is fantastic, you know, for the girls. Well, at the start of the game, we thought it might have only been a 2 or 3 goal game, but for the girls to come out and finish with, you know, 2 goals decent, 5 to South, I think it's an amazing effort. The junior girls have come a long way. I think the most deserving side on form throughout the whole season has been South Launceston, so you know they deserve this win. Credit to East Launceston, they finished the year off fantastic and put in a good 4-quarter effort today. They should be able to hold their heads high.
Let's roll through the goal kickers for the winners. South Launceston, Vazakali got 3, and then singles to Richards and Walters, and for East, a goal to Isabel Brown and Ella Nast. So the premiers for 2021 in the girls under 17 Div 1 is South Launceston. They win 5-3, 33 to East Launceston, 2-2, 14. Just about set to go for the last game on the card. Big card too today. It's the boys under 16 Div 1 grand final, South Launceston and North Launceston. Michael Maney in commentary with Aaron Robertson. Aaron, this will be a cracker, I reckon.
Yeah, I saw these guys play about 6 weeks ago at Invermay Park. It was Lonnie got it down early and then they came back. South won, but it was much closer than that. I expect this to be tight in these conditions.
So up they go. It's underway. They get it out of the centre, kicked off the ground. That was nicely done there by Harry Summers. This will be a fast-paced game, going in hard and kicking it off the ground. No one can take real possession. So North Launceston under a little bit of heat early in the game. Just flicks out the back. Now a high ball. Who's going to be able to take him off? Ball just flicks over the back and just hits the behind post and hits the behind post on the full. So that will be a free kick. It'll go to South Launceston. It'll go to Cameron Wicks.
Tough shot from here, isn't it?
It will be a tough shot. So Wicks from the angle, he's going to have to work around. You've got to watch that protected zone. So the umpire getting him in the right spot. So he runs around, screws it across the body and kicks the goal and celebrates. South get on the board early and they get around him as they would. Did it nicely, had a bit of space, but you've got to execute.
That was an outstanding by Wicks. Probably a fortuitous free kick, but just calm and collected finish by Wicks. That's going to get you up and about in a grand final, and all the South boys with their nice clean uniforms currently are very happy with that goal.
Just looking also, there's a number 31 out there with the long sleeves that we don't have a name for, and you might know who he is.
Which
Big
club's
ruckman,
that?
I think,
Oh,
for
right.
South Launceston.
We might try and send
And he's
someone.
in the ruck.
We might try and send some of the Duffettes down 31 for South. All right, so we're back into it. Now the back of that pack. There goes Will Richards, the captain of the NTJFA rep team, and did really well in the representative votes as well. Harry Summers with his second touch. Kicks it up towards the hot spot. No one really able to get the handball away. Williams then in there, trying to bust his way through the pack is Alexander. And Alexander's given away a free kick. Looked nearly like he nudged his way through his head. Tried to use that as an implement to barge his way through and gave away a free kick. All right, that's the Holt boys are the little young lads captaining, I should say coaching this team. The interest in their strategy is today up against the wily fox of Nick Roney, who's no doubt been working on a plan for North to find a way to beat this dominant South Launceston side. As Madden in the ruck, he didn't even bother jumping, and he's knocked the ball to ground, and Madden goes back and gets the footy, and he's in a contest there, and it's held up. And a nice little tussle against Lachlan May. I look forward to that one. So it's Nelson Clay, number 31. Thanks to Nathan Warren, the head of the talent department, just flicking me a message. And so tight in the pocket. We've got eyes everywhere. And there's William Richards. He's trying to find his way through the phone booth, and he's found one in the pocket. And I can tell you, I think that's Shaw. It is Shaw. He's got the footy, the captain. I reckon he's odds on to kick this. So we've seen one for this left pocket. Are we going to see two in the opening minutes of this grand final? Well, he knows he's seen the architect, hasn't he? He's going to go the check side. He's not bad. That's fantastic. Wow, Sammy Shaw with a clever snap, and there's two on the board.
Well, the left foot check side, as they say in South Australia, and we tend to go with banana down here. But this is some sort of a
whatever you call it, it's good.
Connection.
It was good, wasn't it?
It was good. And it's a goal. So amazing stuff. So Shaw getting his first. A nice fast start here by South Launceston, who are getting it done from the angles. So when they get to hit the corridor, they could be really in business. But a couple of wonderful goals from the angle. So back in the middle, Madden in the ruck. So they're going forward against South Launceston. No mark taken. That was Liam Walters. Ball just scoots along the turf and will be thrown in. And I think in this particular game, do we get the authentic boundary throw in?
We do have the chaps are going to run around the ground and ping it back into the action.
Yeah, we're just arriving now, so that's good.
He was nearly delayed, wasn't he?
Just late to the party, but gets it done. Up they go. Swoop on the ball. Got to get clean possession out of there. Nicely done, nice little chip kick. It's okay, and the mark has been taken by Harry Summers. So Summers looking around. Fast start this by the Bulldogs, who have shown nice clean hands so far. So Summers might just get the journey here. That ball won't be too heavy yet. Goes long, gets the distance, misses accuracy-wise. So it is 2-1-13 South Launceston, North Launceston yet to score.
Interesting too, when you score goals here at Longford, they turn the lights on in their cars, which is not really helping the players. Maybe that's a North supporter. He's trying to put them off. So North really been able to get going, and that's not really going to help. That's gone skyward. Crease in best position. North Launceston trying to get their running game going, which is going to be a challenge. Schilling, who's a good user of the footy, a little tag off the umpire, didn't pay. There's that run that they're trying to do, as Madden laid the pressure and just prevented a clean touch. And that's William Richards, who's got it just in the centre. He'll play off half back at the moment, Richards, and he's knocked the ball further out. A few guys with long sleeves. Harry Summers is using them to keep himself warm. Summers into the pocket and out the back, and that was just brilliant from Summers. And I just wonder, it's Donlan, I think it's Donlan. And he's got the little mullet, Donlan, which he's been growing, and this kick here and Donlan running back, and now we're going to see a set shot without any trickery. Donlan runs in, he got close to the player on the mark, and he's kicked, I think, to the left, and a minor.
Hit the posts. So fast start this, as I said, from South Launceston. North haven't hardly touched the footy, to be honest.
I don't reckon it wrapped up many possessions, no.
Haven't called too many North Launceston players. If they've had the ball, they've only had it in their possession for a really short period of time. So the kick is off the instep, and that mark has been taken, and then he's mown down. So the mark taken by Williams, and then copped a big tackle, and that was nicely done there by Trudgeon. So the ball goes into the centre. Here's a chance for the Bombers. Mark missed there by Biggs Bannister. The big, tall, lean fellow there for South Launceston just slung off the footy. They go forward. Umpire's still letting it go. So he comes back at it, does Trudgeon. His kick didn't quite hit the target. It's a little knock forward. That's nicely done. 23 is Hazelwood. And 23, sorry, is Woodcock Davis for South. And now the free kick is coming back to Odgers.
So Odgers off half back. Woodcock Davis did well in the vote count and in one of the better prime movers in the NTJFA. North Lonnie with their first chance to go forward, but just unable to keep clean possession as Quilliam, he ran out of space. He was harassed and gave away a free kick for not disposing of it. So North to try and set it up to centre half forward. Where can their bigger players get into the game? Higgs Bannister, that slippery spot in the middle, just knocks it out. Nearly a high tackle. Looks like that was laid on Berwick. Not called. William Richards now. He dashes out off half back for South Launceston. Grabbing the footy with Donlan with a bit of pace and determination. And then rushing through was Wicks, the goal kicker. On his knees was Sam Shaw, the other goal kicker. And the chip's ineffective, and cutting it off is Quilliam. Quilliam plays on. And it's another effective kick from Quilliam and finds Lowe. Lowe turns, goes to the pocket. Dangerous from Lowe. It's been punched at the last minute. North are really under the pressure. They are under from every different direction. Max Roney now. And there's a chance. That was a clever chip, although North have got the numbers here. diving down onto the football. Can't win it. Back into the splodge. Over the head, swinging kick by Donlan. Donlan can't get it off the hip of Summers. Summers still on the edge of that one. And then he knocks it out. And we're probably going to see the boundary line. No, it's still in play. It's still in play. Now it's not.
Williams, they're desperate to keep it in. This is a fast-paced game. It's a pity that the conditions are like they are.
Yeah, it's a real shame.
Because I saw a game earlier that you called, I think it was in the under-14s or something like that, which is a magnificent game a little earlier, maybe under-16s. was terrific. Here's Donlan having a shot for goal, and he's missed away to the left. So South Launceston doing all the attacking here at the moment. 2-3-15. North Launceston haven't really been able to get any clean ball. I mean,
No,
it's just been
To be honest, the players are
relentless.
used to it though, Michael. The weather's been terrible in Lonnie for about 8 weeks, and every ground's rubbish at the moment.
Yeah.
And we didn't have many picks at the end, which one we were going to grab. And I think the ground's probably held up as well as it could have done considering the weather.
Yeah, look, I think it's okay. You've just got to go with what you've got. So North Launceston looking to repel. Maybe some of the lights in the eyes there just affecting some of the players. Doing a nice pirouette there was Dominic Pitt. Long kick now, up forward. They get back. Good defensive work by from the back. Although it was up forward by Jonty Pitt. Little quick squeezing kick out here. Here's an opportunity for North Launceston. They might just get a chance. The ball is bouncing, and away for a behind. So North Launceston are on the board. That's a good thing. 2-3-15 plays one behind.
I reckon he had a player at the top, but he was being harassed. I don't reckon he could see him. And in the end, he had a flying shot on goal, but probably wasn't the worst decision in the end. Get it going forward and see if you can get your opportunities when you can, because they might be limited to swinging the boot. Stewart kicks it as high as it's gone long. And then a quick hack out by Woodcock Davies. Comes back in again though. It's sort of rebounding at the moment. Just missing it was Partridge. Standing up in the tackle was Summers. And in the end, it's going to be held up. There's the big body of Liam Walters. As Barb's got to go through another game of footy watching one of the children. Seeing her daughter get a victory in the 17 girls a minute ago. That's a good tackle. And making sure that everyone will end up with a fair portion of their Guernsey in a fair portion of mud covering it. As putting his hand up to go into the ruck is Alexander. Doesn't get his hand to it. They really need a goal out of this pack. Richards. Now there's a chance. A quick snap into the forward 50. Can't be marked. It's squirted out. And it's juggled and taken. And Partridge has got it. He's going to have his second touch in a short space of time. And Michael Maney, this has to be a sausage roll.
Yeah, it does. He just needs to get this through. And it was in the right place at the right time. Juggled it, but took the mark. And now he's got to finish. It's important that he finishes. Here we go. And the kick wasn't that flash, but it's been marked.
Yeah, that was, I think that's Viney. Might not be Viney. It's either Stewart or Viney. Try and zoom in on that one.
A little bit difficult to see that rain.
No, it is Stewart.
So it's Stewart. It's going to kick around the body. And did it beautifully. They watch TV and they practice and they want to do what the big boys do.
Yeah.
And when you execute like that, that's a whole heap of fun. And he gets his first. Harrison Stewart gets North on the board with a lovely goal.
It was a confident kick, wasn't it? And a bit like a pool or billiards game at the moment. They're using all the angles, both teams, and they've managed to score 3 goals from the corner. Yeah. Whatever works. All right. So game on. 1-1-7 to 2-3-15. And North will just settle their nerves at the moment. Roney in the middle. That's probably a good move. Finn Gutwin, I'm sure Dad, the Premier, is watching as well. He looks like he's cut his hair, Finn, too, at some stage. Great little podcast with the boys way out the wing, doing an interview very recently with the Premier, Peter Gutman, talking about his love of footy and his boys' love of football, and the fact he went to North Launceston, even though the family's got a strong connection to South and the old East Launceston Footy Club. So off half back here, South only trying to build. Schilling will play the Oastleigh in defence for most of the game. Trudgeon in there. There's that man who just kicked on goal, and Partridge. Shoveling handball out by Roney. Roney now finds a teammate in Pitt. Pitt's kick has been chipped off, and South will take it. And it looks like it's the hands of Woodcock Davis.
That's him. As you can see from the vision there, that rain persistent. That's been happening most of the day. So long kick, up they go. No one can take the mark, and the ball finds the boundary line. 117 plays 2-3-15 in the grand final. Pictures coming to you through the stream on Duff TV. Michael Maney and Aaron Roberts with you. Nathan Bester working the panels behind us as well. Martin Duffy on the camera. Here's Alexander. Got the handball away. North holding up there, okay. Roney just got it on the boot. I found number 19 in. That was Will Richards, the skipper. So they work it through the hands and just got the kick away. I think that was Clay. In comes North, and great tackle. The feature of the footy today has been the tackling, and this game, it could get really hot. Even though the temperature's cold, I reckon it's going to be a hot footy.
Lowe liked that tackle too. He loved it.
And Walters now with the long sleeves. He's the man that has the footy.
So he's probably out of range here, Walters. The ball hurried forward, and Walters lopes in and drive. Well, actually, might not be out of range. Walters from downtown. He scored a goal. What do I know? Well, Liam Walters from 45 metres out with a ball with a bit of mud on it, got the distance.
That's a wonderful kick from there. He just got absolute sweet timing on that. And even the North boys, they got caught out, didn't they?
Roney was just on the line there. And he's had a friend down there. I think that was Jordan, who needed to probably get themselves on the line. Actually, yeah, you're right. I don't think they knew that was going to carry the distance. That's a significant roost from Walters. And he's got his team up by a couple of goals. That's a handy little break. That's the best margin in the game. So it really has been South's quarter so far. They've certainly deserved this lead, as it were, at the very end of it. So we might need to move that centre circle a bit to the other side. It's really been caked up at the moment. Rest of the ground holding up. Picked up by Summers. And he's won a free kick here. So South with a free kick to Summers. He looked to go lateral, which is their way, and he probably just needs to consolidate and get it up to centre half. And flying over the top was Alexander. South trying to get a late score here. Richards doing tussle there with Trudgeon. Alexander in there as well. Is that a high tackle? The umpire says no. And I'm afraid it is now coming down with some velocity, the rain. Over the top with the right fist was May. It's even hard to see here on the screen in the commentary. And that's a great juggling mark by Hodges. And that might be the siren, is it? I think it is. So it is quarter time in an engaging and entertaining game. Wicks sure with goals early. And then Harrison Stewart came back for North. And then Liam Walters with a bomb late gives South Launceston an early lead.
Yeah, terrific, absolutely terrific. And then the way South just bounced out of the blocks, that's really important in the context of the game.
Could be enough, couldn't it?
It could be enough, because if this rain really keeps bucketing down, it's going to be very difficult for North Launceston to peg that lead back. But a fast start was exactly what the coach in Grant Holt would have wanted. and co-coach Gareth Holt. So they would have really wanted the boys to get out to a fast start, and we saw that magnificent curling ball from Wicks, and then Shaw with a left-footed check side, and Liam Walters. So wonderful start to South Launceston, but it is quarter time. South Launceston 3-3-21 lead North Launceston 1-1-7 in the boys under 16 Div 1 Grand Final.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
About to get underway in the second quarter of the boys under 16 Div 1 Grand Final. Cracking first quarter despite the conditions, and I think the players need to be commended. They've handled the footy.
Tell you what, who's been
really
good
well.
is the South supporters. They're going off.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. Still packed into the grandstand. Big crowd here. Love their footy in this region, and rightly so. And some outstanding players come. And let's get underway in the second quarter. And a high ball. The South move it forward again. Bit of work off the ball, just behind the play, and I think a free kick's going to North. And the umpires...
Yeah, I think Kirkley gave away a free kick.
Right. So I thought the umpire was pushing in the different direction there with his arm movements, but the free kick is going to North. So they just chip it around a little bit. They're trying to probably slow this game down a little bit. Sliding mark by Schilling. And then they move the ball forward and just get out wide. Dropping what he should have taken there was Liam Franklin. And the ball goes out of bounds.
That's the style that I think Roney wants to play, is just take a little bit of time off the clock, maintain possession, but gee, it's going to be tough to do in these wet conditions.
So it'll be a boundary throw in. Ruckman set themselves. Up goes the big man, number 21, Lachlan May, for North Launceston. Just trying to get a handle on some of the names and the numbers of these players. Haven't seen any of them play personally, but I know, Aaron, you've seen quite a number of these players come through the system, and boy, there's some talent on show out there, isn't there?
Yeah, they're doing really well in these conditions. South at the moment are probably trying to play, and the Holt boys have got them playing a pretty standard game of footy. Just bash it forward, use a bit of strength, don't finesse it too much. The North team, which is the style of their footy club, keep possession, clever touches, clever ball users, but it's just been a bog style of footy required. It's trying to head up with Alexander for South Lonnie, and he clears the ball. North would love to get something rock and rolling. I think that's Sullivan then, bashes it forward, slipping over at the wrong time. That could be picked off the ground by Pitts, and Pitts, sausage time for him, gets an early goal in the second quarter. And the North fans, as you can see, the shaking of the camera, that's actually the fans in the grandstand all surrounding Martin Duffy, banging the seats. I think someone mentioned they weren't socially distanced. They're doing their best, and that's a nice little finish. Happy days.
Just an unfortunate slip there. I think it was a player, Liam Johnson might have been the man who slipped, I think. I'd stand corrected on that, but unfortunately that ball just jarring free, and Pitt was onto it.
Yeah, sometimes you actually don't want the footy. You actually want to be, you want to be near the footy or near the person with the football, and eventually it's going to slip out of their hands. There's a very aggressive throw up by the umpire. Madden into the ruck. He gets the advantage for South Launceston. Doesn't necessarily advantage with the kick. Alexander went to ground when he needed to stay up on his feet. The quick handball now knocked out to Low. Omok moves it on now. We're into the mud pot there. And it's Clay who's got it. And the old poof, get it out. Alexander with a bit of skill. It's called a throw, or is that a push? I think it's a push in the back. I tell you what, Clay let him know about it too. And South have got a chance to work it in. So Alexander with the footy. An overall lead on at the moment, so he's going to have to pop it up high to the square. There's a push out there, not called by the umpire. Down on the ground is Wick. The goal kicker in that first quarter, trying to work his way through, was Kirkland. A bit of a fan of Kirkland. He's got capacity to kick a sausage blow. What a blinder.
Summers, was it?
I think it was Summers. Harry Summers has kicked a stunning goal from the right pocket. How's he done this? Kirkland was in there. Here's Summers. What's he doing there?
Well,
that's been his last goal.
That just hit number one.
Yeah, I'm done now. We can leave.
That is a sensational goal by Summers. You'll see none better than that anywhere you want to get around a football ground in Australia.
Is that the Summers pocket?
That's, they'll rename it for sure.
He owns both pockets, actually, because the goal at the other end wasn't bad either.
Harry Summers, Harry's pocket. And didn't he do it beautifully? 27 plays 13. So South get the reply to the Pitt goal, and they did it quite quickly. And that's exactly what they would have done.
Tell you what, sucked the energy out of the North supporters, that goal from Summers.
Yeah, well, they were up and about after that Pitt goal, and here's Clay, just got his left boot on it, so kicking it off, or missing kicking it off the ground, and then it was done by Sullivan, who got it out wide for North Launceston. That's a lovely pickup and did it beautifully. The kick inside 50. Alexander on the fingertips did it very, very well. Now he runs inboard. He wants to get on with the game quickly. Here's Wicks. We know he's a magician from the boundary line. Couldn't get the kick away. Roney was there. Short little half-distance kick. This is another opportunity for South, and it's a behind.
So that would have hurt, wouldn't it? They're really on top at the moment, South, aren't they? I think North are okay. I think they've just got to get the footy, just to get the hands on their football and just control it a little bit. Don't rush things. You can still play okay footy. And they're very skilled teams.
Roney goes out wide. Good mark. Nice little purple patch by this bloke. in Summers. Is it a dry day? Up they go. One grab, two grabs, three. Here's an opportunity. Oh, kick right in the face of the North Launceston defender. Here's another chance. Left foot kick. And I wish I knew who that was, but I can't even see his number, Aaron. So
I think it was May in there for North, but I didn't see. Might have been Walters.
It might have been Walters, but it's going to be more difficult as we continue on. 29 plays 13.
All right, so North Lonnie are trying to navigate what is a challenging weather conditions, and also the momentum against them with 8 Harry Summers having an absolute purple patch here in this second quarter. He's got the lead out with a goal. He's getting touches everywhere. And there he is again. Knocks it up to the pocket and working the ball out towards Cameron Wicks and out of bounds. So they're going to get a throw in here in a contested opportunity. Look out for Sam Short.
Yeah, they've got some really smart forwards up there, haven't they? Very clever.
Yeah, they're elusive. And then Jonty Nicholson coming into that defensive area. He's going to have to cover one of them. Lachlan Clark's going to have to do a bit of work too. Alexander in the ruck and just hoofed it out to Berwick. Berwick needs to be involved a bit more. He's a good player, Berwick. With the team getting out. Madden now on his right boot. Steadies towards goal. And Madden has extended this lead for the Bulldogs.
Deegan Madden just steadied beautifully, got himself balanced, and then hit the target.
Yeah,
Did
it
it
quality,
nicely,
wasn't it? I mean, look at this. He found his feet, just took that extra step, and yeah, that's a really quality finish from Madden. He's been good in the ruck. Hasn't need to work a heap because the ball's been on the turf a lot amongst the slop. But on that occasion, he just showed he was classy with the ball in his hand going for goal.
no doubt about that. I think that might be our mystery man. Might be Williams, Therese Williams, perhaps. Trying to look at the front of his number instead of the back. So
It is
back,
handy having the numbers on the front, isn't
Yeah,
it? When you can
very-
see them.
very handy, and you forget sometimes. So out of the congestion, nicely done by Quilliam. But North stand up to the pressure. Long kick out wide, and no one's going to pull that back in. And that's our man right there as he turns around. And I think that's number 18.
Yeah.
So that is Therese Williams. Have to remember that. Back in, just reaching over the top was Madden, who's our last goal kicker. Another high ball, so South Launceston trying to clear the congestion. 29 is Jonty Kirkland. He's going to win a free kick here. Jonty off a step, did it nicely. His teammate couldn't. Kicked off the ground there by Bannister. And the slinging tackle, that was okay. So Trudgeon gets it away. North just trying to go forward, but they're thwarted. And South Launceston just have all the answers at the moment. And they'll go back into attack.
They'll be disappointed with that because that's what they want to do. They actually want to get the ball at the back and get a bit of play on game happening. I think they've got two styles at the moment. The first one's a challenge in these conditions, and I think get the ball at the back, try and find a player, get that ball moving. But South's defensive work has been amazing. Williams now high into the pocket. Nearly a mark taken. Still an opportunity. Tight. It's Shaw. Shaw dribbles. Can it come around? It's not going to come around. And, well, that's not going to help. You just see him thinking through it. He was thinking, should I pick it up? Should I go down? And in the end, Jordan decided to put his boot into it. And kicked it out of bounds in a fall. It's Cameron Wicks. I don't even know it's his ball, but he's somehow there. And what's he going to do?
The rest of them ran the other way and allowed Wicks to go and get as the only one. And
Wicks
why
popped
wouldn't
it
you?
out. Right, so Wicks might try and turn this one around. He's going to bang it on his check side. That's going to be a little bit too much. I think check side's become more popular terminology too, Michael. The banana is a very Tassie phrase, isn't it?
It is. Yeah, for sure.
Bend it around like a banana. I think even the check side's probably coming from the commentary from the mainland comp.
Yeah.
That we now and again watch. That's a very high ball. And it's going to eventually come down. We've got a contest here just on centre wing. And it's going to be a free kick given away. I think Garwood has won it here.
Yep.
So Gale with a free kick. He's a little bit miffed, is Clay. He's fairly animated, Clay. And he's trying to work out why that free kick went against him, and it's held up. So a really fast start for South. North getting an early score, but South then came back. But North have probably had the ball inside their forward 50 on and off for the last 4 or 5 minutes, but unable to get a really clear shot on goal. The umpire's pinged another free kick. So once again, they win one out of the ruck contest. Trudgeon now looks up, gets it onto his left boot, the centre half forward, but unfortunately, it's not going to help. As Madden clears it out, back into half forward. It's scooping up with Shea. Shea missed it. Now it's Roney on the ground trying to win the foot. He's getting some pressure laid by Walters. Now it's cleared out by the Bulldogs in towards their forward line. Will the ball stay in? It is out now.
Yep, really close. Get a little nervous when they get to the line. And this game has been a ripper so far. South Launceston have had all the answers and North just hanging on at the moment. Game's been played predominantly in South's forward half. For most of the game, to be honest, free kick a little high. And, wow, Quilliam just said, take a taste of this Longford mud. And a free kick.
I think a large portion of it's going home with all the junior players, isn't it? And on the sole of people's shoes.
That's right. You need a bit of topsoil at home. This is your answer. Little quick kick out of there. Would have been a free kick. They battle hard for the footy. Really close to the line again. Tackle. Might have been a free kick, a push in the back. And I think that is going to Quarrell, Ryan Quarrell, against the big man in Kirkland. So Quarrell wants to hug the boundary line, keep it down there. Who's at the front? Madden was doing the roving for South Launceston. Ball jars free. A lot of players just want the one thing, and that's that footy. In they go. Desperate stakes. And the umpire just crosses the arms and says, give it to me. We'll have another ball up and say, come on, settle down, boys. Let's clear the decks.
Well, we're on the grandstand side where a lot of the play's been today. Generally the attacking side of the ground as the third man up comes into play. No one getting a clean possession. It's just chipped further forward by Walters. Alexander in there. Walters hustling for the football. Now look out at Summers. What can he do, Summers? He punches it forward. It's going to pop out the back. This should be a show goal. No, he's slipped over. Wicks handballs out. Shaw again. Wicks can get it. Wicks on his knees. Oh, it's nearly going to be another one like the Faz early, who, well, we thought she'd scored the goal of the year, but then maybe it's been beaten already by Harry Summers.
Harry.
They're equal. Maybe Summers just in front for difficulty, but the Faz for Zachary for South Launceston 17 girls for entertainment value.
Degree of difficulty, Summers, probably. Persistence and absolute sort of skill, the Faz.
The Faz, yeah. Right in our favourite straight away. And off half back is Dwyer. Dwyer's going to get it out. There's a chase on here as Johnson's got it. And North, pretty much the first time they've actually managed to get anywhere near their forward 50 for a period of time. Tubb with it. Look at that, though. Tubb's kick is off the mark. And it's been turned over to Williams. Godsway Williams now looks up. Ball's still reasonably clean. It's probably, there's more water now on the ground. Richards uses his boot off the turf.
No, that's a free.
It's looked like a free, and he's gone back at it again, and the umpire has called a free kick. And the crowd liking him. And Berwick, the ever-reliable half forward come half back, has got the footy. Dancing one way, and then the other, the two-step by Clay. And Williams caught high, and he's earned a free kick.
Bit lucky there, I think, Williams. Little short ball. It doesn't work. Now maybe it's okay because Woodcock Davis just persisted. Now that ball is out of bounds on the full. And the free kick. We'll go to number 19, Will Richards, the skipper of the Bulldogs. Sturdily built young bloke. Goes with a real flat punt down the line. Mark almost taken by Walters. Now our man Summers just jamming it on the boot. Big foot race here. You've got to be clean. That's nicely done. Beautiful pickup by Jonty Nicholson, who got it out. Plenty of numbers here. Thomas Dwyer. Where's he going? Really high. No one can take the mark. Jamming it on the boot there was Woodcock Davis for South. Oh, Roney with a big front-on bump, and that has taken the wind out of our man Therese Williams.
It was a decent hit, but I think it was fair in the end by Roney.
Yeah, but he's ended up with a free kick. Chips it out wide, so they're going to go inside 50 here in a second. Here's Summers. Summers goes long. They'll need a mark. Big Jonty was there. Roney, just a quick hack kick out of there, which might just fall okay. It certainly does. Little handball across the top, and they work it beautifully, do North Launceston. They go down the line. Could be an opportunity here. Nice quick handball. That was beautifully done by Pitt, who kicked a goal a few moments ago. And he's back in with a tackle. And Richards with the kick away, but I think the umpire might have blown the whistle and said, give it to me, we'll ball it up.
All right, last stage of this first half. They just need some belief going in, and maybe a goal would be a significant motivator for North Launceston there. Got a deficit which looks pretty tough at the moment unless they can start to close it down. Richards, and then a whack off the ground by Alexander. He's going to go back again. And then a very high ball into the clouds. And Madden nearly got it, and he laid the tackle. He's trying to forcefully work on Sullivan. And it's gone, I think, out of bounds. And it has done. It's been a real trying quarter footy from North. Just for a few moments, I thought North Launceston were going to work their way into it. And that is, it's half-time here in what has been a good old slugfest in the 16 Boys Dip 1 Grand Final. But it was the magic of Harry Summers in the right pocket. We saw Wicks and Shaw with the goals in the first quarter. And Deegan Madden with that running goal got that lead extended. Jonty Pitt with a goal in that quarter. And Harrison Stewart won in the first. Michael Maney, I'm glad we're here and not down there. It looks tough at the moment.
Yeah, very difficult for the players, but I've got to say the skill level in this game is outstanding for the conditions. These guys are handling the football as well as it can be handled, I reckon, for the conditions. If it's muddy, have a look at it. It's just terrible, but at least they are handling the football okay. Goal kickers in that first half: Wicks, Shaw, Summers, Walters and Madden for South Launceston, and Jonty Pitt and Harrison Stewart got singles for North Launceston. But it is half-time in a really entertaining grand final in the under-16s, being brought to you by Duff TV, the under-16s Div 1 in the NTJFA. It's half-time. The scoreline, South Launceston 5-7-37, North 2-1-13.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
About to get underway in the second half here. 5-7-37, South Launceston, North Launceston 2-1-13. Ball in the hands of the umpire. High standard game in terrible conditions, it's got to be said. Take your hat off to the players. But South have had all the answers in the first half. Madden just jams it on the boot. North defence has been under pressure right from the get-go. Quick kick out of there, and it's been marked by Richards. Richards in the centre of the ground, weighs up the options and decides to slip it out wide where he's got a player in good position, and that mark has been taken there by Lowe, but the intercept by Roney. Short little kick is dangerous, but gee, they've got to do something, North, to try and get back in this game. They've got to take risks. Nice tackle. Angus Crease just taken to ground, and he's a fiery little fella there, number 3, Lachlan Shea.
He's up for the contest, isn't he?
Yeah, but he was in the thick of it. He might have sat on the pine for the best part of the first half, so he's keen to get in. Little handball out. Richards just jammed it on the boot. All North Launceston here. The kick just slayed off the boot. Didn't get much distance with it, but have a look at the mud. High kick out of half back. Williams, free kick.
Free kick to Madden here. I think it's Madden.
Is it Madden?
She might not be Madden.
Quite sure who it would be, because it's a bit wet out there.
Yeah, it is Madden.
It's Madden, is it? Goes forward. Oh, here's Wicks, the opportunist. And that ball just rolls out of play. It'll be a boundary throw in. So South Launceston continuing on. And now we see the boundary umpire jumping the fence.
So this is junior footy. Nothing polished about this. You've got to do what you got to do to make the game happen.
Yeah, let's make it happen.
All right, so look out. What's Kirkland up to here? Maybe a week special. Right contest with Alexander. Trying to work his way through his Low. And it might have been a push in the back. Low gave away. He's eagerly trying to chase down the footy. Kirkland, and then a bash out of the pack. gets up towards half-back. North Launceston, for the first time, just relieve a little bit of pressure. On his knees, unable to reef that one in. And it looked like Stewart. And the umpire's going to come and ball it up. Stewart slid around about 10 metres, I reckon, when he took to turf. And we've got the prime movers now. Gutwin on the ball for North Launceston. Swinging through was Pitt. He was unable to get a clean touch away. And the don't argue from Roney. And then the kick up. Here come North, though. But unfortunately, it's Odgers who got it away. Odgers up. Kirkland slipped through Walters' hand. He's been useful now going forward. Williams will get there first. It's a really good chase on. There's a push at the back from Trudgeon. Williams to go back again. Kicks it off the ground. Trudgeon continues to follow. Applies some pressure. And that was a good moment of footy where both players were at it. Hot on the tail and fair stuff. So the throw in now. Walters over the top. Whips out the handball to an ever waiting Target. Standing up and getting the handballs. Crease dishes it off to the running Odgers. Odgers then launches up towards centre half forward. Madden to the back, and that's as good as mark as we've seen today. And with the number 31, fairly clean as Schilling. But unfortunately, the mark was great, but the kick wasn't.
No, wasn't the best as Quilliam goes out wide. And inside 50 with the kick. Flicks over the back. Here's Jonty. Big Jonts going hard after it. Kicked off the ground. Here's a couple of tricky players here in Wicks and also Shaw. Shaw with a right foot snap. It might turn out okay. It does. And the mark has been taken
Sure will claim that
by Donlan.
He'll claim that as a pass.
He will. He just said, stand in position A and I'll float it to you.
Do not move. All pass go.
Donlan, you get the feeling he nails this. It's a long way back for North. Donlan from about 15 to 20 metres out, pops it through. South get the first goal of the second half. Donlan kicks his first.
It was a little bit about Kirkland, had too long to pick it up. And no pressure from the North defenders. And that kick did have some pressure on it, but it was the handball that was prior to that. Maybe a little lucky. They're just getting worn down, I think, at the moment by the consistent pressure by this ever-aggressive South Launceston midfield. They've been able to get it forward a lot without enough pressure being applied by the mids. I feel like North are fair off the game at the moment, Michael.
Yes, they're not able to find a way to be able to break down this running game and relentless sort of push forward by South. And just to doing it so well.
Look at Richards there. I mean, we know he's one of the best midfields in the comp. No stage did anyone put any contact on him from North Lonnie, and he got a free run at the footy.
There's Williams. He just dropped it like a hot scone. I wouldn't mind some scones at the moment because it's pretty cold here. Up they go, doing it nicely South, just working it out of half back. Here's Odgers. Odgers with a bit of check side action. That's not a bad kick. Donlan can't quite get there, so Roney's got to get back. Just gets through the tackle, then pulled the kick, saw a teammate out in space, but Odgers again reefed off the footy. Nice bit of tackling work done there by Tubb, and just dispossesses him. So the kick by Tubb almost falls in the lap there of Stewart, who kicked a lovely goal in the first quarter. In they go, nice and hard. I'll tell you what, the intense there from North, but they just don't have the finish at the moment.
Yeah, look, that was good from Shea. He followed up his good work, but there hasn't been enough of that. But they have got the ball forward for the first time for a period of time. So they're in the ruck. Madden gets his right hand to it, and that one's been thrown out of the ruck by Pick. Pick goes back again. He's tight in the pocket, and he shoves Crease into the fence. Crease picks himself up, asking for a free kick, and he's saying he is getting one. So it's probably fair enough too. Crease was nearly bent into a crease as he was put into the fence, and it's got to turn around because he's now quickly brought the ball up. Madden in best position, nearly got it under his chest. In there is Gutwin, and in there is another free kick given away. So as much as you might say South have won the general play. They're also winning the free kicks. They're first to the footy at the moment. Madden's kicks not bad. He was trying to find Walters, who was making a long lead up. And then he goes in, Walters again, and gets the footy. It's just getting a little physical and a little bit of tension out there. Maybe a little bit of desperation. As the kick's now relieved by Clay. Clay's been involved, but it's been chipped off. And here go North. Inside their forward 50. Can they find something? Snap around the corner, their hat. They found a little gold moment. It was it is Shea. Thanks, Michael Maney. I didn't quite see as he turned. And the South guys aren't happy. We're going to see this one on the replay as now the interchange happened. We'll just see this one again. So it's a quick ball in. This is what North have been trying to do all day. Gee, that's a good pickup, isn't it?
Yep.
And about 14 interchanges in front of us.
Yeah, amazing stuff. And in the conditions, still raining. And the players' ability to be able to handle that football is just superb. So it was Tubb, I think, who got the ball forward, and then Shea was able to spin and kick a lovely goal. So we're just waiting for players to get into place. It's thrown up by the umpire. Walters missed that one. Kicked off the ground. North going forward. So from half back, Clay has got to go back in again.
Unlucky then. Clay could have been caught holding the ball. Didn't really dispose of it. In the end, he's still got a free kick against him.
Could have been. A nice bit of fancy footwork here. Long kick forward. Getting back. All done by South. They just clear the area with a long kick. Ball's not bouncing up very high. Jordan just with the kick forward. Williams has got to get involved here. Good tackle. Stuck it nicely. Summers is there. Always dangerous. Bending down. Nice handball. Now a bit of a fumble. North might be a chance here. Good tackling. Wow, it's a free kick coming back now. I think that's going to our man wearing number 23 in Ollie Woodcock-Davis. And that's a terrible kick. It's chopped off. It will be a goal. And North get another one through Dwyer. Well, sometimes you can just get a little overconfident.
Yeah,
didn't need to do that.
They've had the ball in their forward 50 for about 3 or 4 minutes, and they've had a couple of shots on goal. That's their third shot, and it wasn't necessarily the right option. And sneaking through was Tommy Dwyer. Gives a bit of a belief, I reckon. Got it within 3.
Yes, read it beautifully. Didn't take the mark, but cradled the ball well enough, and then picked it up and didn't panic.
6-7 might hurt South. I mean, South is still on top, but 6-7. A lot more scoring shots than North Launceston.
Yeah, no doubt. 7.5 minutes to go in this third term. 6-7, 43 to 1, 4-1, 25.
So, can North wrangle another one? Or will what we've seen so far is South respond? Summers, we've seen him do some magic on this field. Some magic that only couldn't believe our eyes in these weather conditions. There's a mark off half back just in front of Walters. Still want to do that short kick. It doesn't always work, and once again it puts pressure on the next player who turns it over, and South is so well set up behind play. Madden drives it in towards centre half. A player fell down, and that's going to work. And ending out, just barrel it out. Diving mark, getting it low to the ground. There's a couple of runners out the side here. North just need to hold and then go. It wasn't necessarily the best option. Once again, the player with the ball isn't necessarily the most dangerous person on the ground. Misses him. Madden, high up and under kick. Over through Donlan, who's managed to goal. It's been a terrific when he's got. The North supporters are charging and willing their team on into the mud pit. Trying to push it forward with his hands. Might have been Berwick in there. Up over the top. Dribbles and dribbles. And it should be taken over the boundary line, and it is. But a fair whack as colliding there was Quilliam. And he doesn't seem to mind too much.
No, he's have a look at this. I think the point post came off worse for wear than Quilliam. happy to have a bit of physical contact. If it's not a player, I'll just take it out in the post. But loves the contest. Here we go. Boundary umpire doing some of his best work there. Got it in nice and deep. And the kick, the errant kick out there by Woodcock Davis has been marked. And North Launceston with another opportunity here through Dominic Pitt. The only question here is the distance. Has he got it in him? So he has to kick it from about 40 metres with a heavy ball. He's got a bit of distance on the kick. It's just floating away. It's a behind. They need goals, not behinds. If you get and do the hard work and get it inside 50, they need reward, and they need it quickly.
Well, they've got some pressure, haven't they? And they're keeping the ball inside that defensive or forward 50 at the moment. They're just unable to get the score that they need. It's a high ball to Madden. Numbers at the ground here. Woodcock Davis releases it out. It might be a sling. What's that guy going to call here? He's called it a free kick, so Pitt's got it again. Pitt goes to the pocket. It might actually work out. It's the Summers pocket, and that's why that ball went out of bounds, because it was the North player trying to get it. And in the end, went off the knee of Higgs Bannister.
It's a magnetic force forcing it away from anyone other than Harry.
Yeah, he's created some sort of summer force. We might have a bit of summer force at the moment as Madden off the ground. Kicks it past Williams. It's going to come back again, though. Gutwin in there. He's trying to get involved in the game. Maybe he's more powerful with his long locks. And it's got a ball up here, 25 metres out.
At least he's got hair, and that's one thing that he's got on the old man.
Yeah, it's a good mop. I'm sure the Premier had good hair at one stage. That might have been thrown out, and that's why sometimes you've got to kick it. Waiting once, waiting twice. Berwick now. High, deep. Out of bounds. There's a Hardy supporter there. Under the umbrella, there's plenty of Hardy supporters still mingling around the ground. We've got the lights of the cars on. Probably not necessarily, probably more annoyance for the players than anything. And we've got a feisty game of football. It's been top-notch stuff here in the NTJFA finals. Extravaganza, and on the weak side of that, just didn't necessarily have a teammate trudging in there. It's got to be careful that they don't give away a free kick into a high tackle. Thumped with 2 fists was Dwyer. Swinging around was Trudgeon again. Swings it towards goal. And there's a South goalkeeper there.
There is. I think that's our man.
Woodcock Davis, I reckon.
Woodcock Davis, yep. Both he and Madden look similar. They've both got 20s. So his kick out was okay. Then Summers off the ground. This might be okay. Nicely done by Williams. Williams got it on the boot. One for the racehorses. So if you can kick it off the ground and keep going, and that was the thought process, but couldn't quite execute. A quick high kick just into the corridor. Williams off a step, bouncing ball. Don't think it's got the legs. It's going to plug in the mud. And Wicks, oh, I think he's just missed.
It's hit the post, Wicks.
It's hit the post.
That's his easiest shot all day for Wicks too.
Well, he just needed to kick that ball nice and clearly through the middle, and just skewed off the boot and a behind. So South Launceston, though, still leading this contest. A nice long ball out. South looking dangerous again. Good tackle. Tough game. Trudgeon, who's a handy player, it's got to be said. Going to be a good one, I think. And number 14 is Liam Johnson for South. Nice sling tackle. Richards stands, delivers, kicks high, finds a teammate, and he finds Quilliam.
Quilliam now just on the defensive side of centre wing, right on the boundary line, Quilliam. And he's got that wholly awkward kicking style. It's worked out okay, though. The other Williams now, Godsway. He gets his boot to it quickly. He was nearly involved. And, gee, it's hard to pick it up. Alexander now into the pocket. Look out, Shaw. Shaw's in there. Might have been a push in the back. Shaw can knock this ball out to Donlan. Donlan now turns round the corner. Not there. And a minor. So dying stages of the third quarter, and he just felt that they needed another goal, North Launceston, to give themselves legitimate hope that they can work their way back in. This looks like it's going to be an old-fashioned taunt, Michael.
Yeah.
Hard to kick in the wet, hard to kick in the dry.
Well, he's done okay.
He's got some distance, and it's been dished out a handball by Ollie Woodcock Davis. Now it's inside the forward 50, goes past Alexander. And dragged to the ground was Donlan. Donlan misses it up. Now it's back down to Lowe. Lowe just off the boot and off the turf. Just on the edge. And Walters might get this. No, he doesn't. It doesn't quite go to him. Now it's been rushed in again by Ollie Woodcock-Davis. Now in the AFL, the big stuff in the mainland, that'd be out of bounds deliberate, wouldn't it? That's what in these conditions, but that's just an old-fashioned out of bounds, a mistimed kick. And dying moments. Let's see what South can do.
So, if South get another, I think it's a bridge too far. Walters, in fact, I should say Summers. I don't know why I said Walters, but that is three-quarter time, I think. That is the siren. And Walters says, look, I'm having a field day out here.
In fact, it's actually Harry Summers, I think.
Sorry, Summers.
Hey, he could do it.
I've heard of Harry Walters plays for the Bernie Dockers.
He does.
Here's Summers. Loads up. A ball burster. Wow, that's a ripper of a kick. And got a hell of a lot closer than what I thought he'd get.
Yeah, absolutely. Harry
Summers, but that is it, three-quarter time. South Launceston 6-9-45, North Launceston 4-2-26. Goal kickers, all singles, Madden, Walters, Summers, Donlan, Shaw and Wicks. And for North Launceston, singles to Shea, Pitt, Harrison Stewart and Thomas Dwyer. Three-quarter time at Longford. 1 quarter to go. Aaron, you've had a marathon today. You've got 1 quarter to go. You're on the home run.
We can make it on and enjoying this game of footy. And there's plenty of good footballers out there. Will Richards is really good in that quarter. But Liam Walters worked himself into the game. Ollie Woodcock-Davis, the more he moved up the field, the more dangerous he became. And obviously Deegan Mannon and Riley Donlan have been great. But gee, full credit to North Launceston in that quarter. Johnny Pitt tried to get him going. Max Roney's been fantastic. A couple of times Shea got near the footy. He looked really good. Schilling off half-back was engaged and involved. And Alex Tubb got a little bit of the football too, but they just couldn't get enough, and it's probably been too big a margin. There they are, wiping themselves down to make sure their hands are ready. Don't worry about a drink, just wipe my face so I can see the footy. It's three-quarter time. We've got one left here in the NTJFA Grand Final. We hope you're enjoying it here on Duff TV.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians.
Last quarter of the grand final in the boys under 16 Div 1. South Launceston, a 19-point lead. Can they hang on to that, or can North Launceston pull a rabbit out of the hat, Aaron?
I'll need to pull 2 rabbits out of something larger than the hat. Maybe find a bit of magic up forward. Just don't have the small forwards, do they? It's just when the ball gets forward for South, they've got a plethora of Week and Shaw and others at Summers that look dangerous, but when the ball's loose in the forward line, and even when there's space, they don't look as capable of scoring those little crumbing goals, which is kind of what you need in these conditions.
But when you look at it, 6 goals to 4, so it's just been relentless. A lot of behinds for South. They've pushed forward, and if anything, if South were to lose this game, they would rue their poor kicking.
They dominated possession that first quarter in particular. We're just getting the numbers right here. I think they have an extra number on the ground here. The 666 not right now. It's been fixed.
Yeah, there's been a little bit of that, hasn't there?
Yeah, I saw number 36 come off for North Donny in Quarrel. I don't know that he was in the right spot.
Well, we're underway in the final term. Got that sorted out. And pushing forward was Dominic Pitt. And now they go forward again. High ball. Gee, North would love an early goal. That would really set up a good last quarter. A little quick kick out of there is just missed.
Oh, gee, what?
Wow. Harrison Stewart almost got that first goal with inside the first minute.
It was fairly good from Stewart, wasn't he? Had a couple of players trying to drag him down and couldn't get him.
No, that was a near miss. South can't afford to take the foot off the gas. They've got to keep it going as Richards takes the mark in the back pocket. So Richards gets close to the man on the mark, kicks high, up they go. Trudgeon got that left boot, been handy for them. Oh, that's another good mark by Richards. Nice steady stuff back there by the skipper.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And he'll lift, he'll play deep, he'll do whatever's needed to get his team across the line. Alexander in front position. So over the back was Berwick for North Launceston, and a slinging ball was Clark. Had no success in getting it. Berwick in again, trying to win it. He might have been called kicking in danger or whatever the rule is these days, and Williams has it just off half back, and he had a long lead from Donlan, and he's ignored it, and he's kicked it towards a leading crowd member and out of bounds on the full. Yes. That was a little disappointing. So the North have just got something, and it's Roney. He's going to barrel it in, and he's kicked it straight to one of his teammates, and that wasn't deliberate. Quarrel, who's now got back onto the ground after a bit of a muck up. It was the interchange to start with, and it's going to be a throw up here. Alexander will get into the ruck. Even the umpire doesn't want to get dirty. Now he pings it up into the air. Tubb in the ruck, bashes it forward, looking for maybe a running Clark. He can't get it. And that's a throw. That's an old-fashioned throw. That would have been a throw in any game. But Jordan has got it. He's ran out of space. And they're going to have a throw up here. So North are pressing here at the moment, Michael.
Yeah.
Kind of feel that they might be able to just sneak on here and they'll get that belief.
Yeah, they've got to just keep pushing forward as much as they can. Tubb in the ruck, just gave his opponent a nudge in the back, and the umpire's seen that, and he says, yes, guilty, Your Honour, and I'll take my punishment. So, long kick, out of half back, standing and missing the mark there was Jonty Nicholson.
Just a few slips, haven't they? They've just made a few more errors, haven't they?
They have, yep. Yeah, they just haven't had that. They just haven't had that surety with the footy. They haven't tidied things up at all. Tubb in the ruck, knocked it down. High kick. Ball just skids along the turf. Handball over the top. Here's a big Jonty Kirkland. Free kick. Holding the man. It's coming back to Arthur Schilling. Not many Arthurs around these days.
Arthur and Wayne, those names have gone, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And out wide, there's our man in Jonty Nicholson, who finds a teammate over there in Patridge. Trudgeon, left footer, long kick, might be okay. Jordan just sat underneath it. And the umpires
I think he
picked a
thought there
free
was a free kick. What's going on here?
Not sure what's happening.
You could see him looking at the umpires he ran past.
Okay.
His teammate further afield.
This is Stewart, is it?
He's 3 metres closer.
Yeah.
And he doesn't look like he wants to go the journey either.
No, he's very unsure of himself. And he surprised himself because he's got the journey there and kicked it behind. Well, they just need 2 quick goals, and that would shake this game right up. But they can't take too much time in getting them.
Yeah, the jangly nerves is what they need. All right, so we've got Summers down back. He waits for a lead. He gets a long lead from Harry Walters, but he decides to go to Alexander. He's in front position. He's able to contest against Berwick, and neither player was able to get a clean touch. He's called holding the ball, so May's won a free kick. Probably an okay call, so May will go short. Even just changing directions is a struggle in this ground at times. And a quick kick into that forward 50. Trying to get to the top of the square. I reckon 2 North Launceston players got in each other's way then, and they disrupted each other's game. Now there's a foot race as we head out towards the back flank of the defensive side of the ground, and sliding along is Schilling. Schilling might get it back here again. And now it's just flicked out to Pitt, up and towards the pocket. It's pretty tough. It's trying to see the football players at the moment as the rain tumbling down. Tubb now. Tubb towards goal. Tubb sausage rolled it. I'm pretty sure he has. Where's the excitement from the North players? I'm pretty sure Tubbs kicked it. Explanations from Odgers. Now the umpire's going to come in. He's going to score it. That's a goal. North are back. Oh, the drama. Here we go.
Yeah.
Bang.
Wow.
Tell you what, talking about just holding the intensity.
It's like being on 7-second delay, isn't it?
It's one of those ones where, yeah, it's like, have I got the right question? Give me the answer. We're going to go to an ad break. Well, that was the handball, and Tubb. That was a really good finish. How about that from Alex Tubb?
Interesting ball drop too. Looked like a big banana or a check side.
It was a check side, Michael Maney, definitely. He looked like he didn't need to do it either, but for whatever reason he decided it was the right option to go. And look at that scoreboard. It is 11 points the difference, and North have actually probably had majority of the play. They're going to have to lift here south, as they have done throughout the season. Only probably need another goal, and you think that might be just enough for them. North Launceston need to defend because they don't want South to respond too quickly. We've seen a lot of that in these games. Hacked out by Nicholson. Now it's gone forward again. Off the turf by Pitt. Some run here by North Launceston. They get a ball back into the middle. Can't be picked up. Richards in there first. Richards pushed in the back. Not called by the umpire. Now then, back in again is Pitt. Pops it out. There's a lot of tired players out there. Madden can't get rid of them. In fact, that's Woolcock Davis. And he's dished it away, and it is Madden with the free.
Yeah, front on tackle there. Just a little bit reckless. But North are really pushing here. 6-9 to 5-4. So they just need to possess the footy a little bit. Difficult in these conditions, but this is when you need to run hard, get into position, run into space, and use the football. So it's now been taken by Lowe. So Lowe on the outer side just hangs on to it for a second or two, then loads the kick up, and the target was the man wearing number 22 in Alexander, who just bounced off his chest. The North players are wanting a deliberate, and nothing doing there.
He's doing a good job to be able to see Alexander with that hair going down near his eyes as well.
That's right. Bit of a frizz ball at the moment. Here's Trudgeon. Just slipped at the inopportune moment, but got to his feet. Kick was smothered. Very difficult to pick them up on the outer side because, as Nathan Besser said, the local fog has come in.
Sounds anonymous, doesn't it, the local fog?
The local fog. It's
should be
low.
the name of a local coffee shop, shouldn't it?
Yeah, the local fog. That's not a bad name. Here's Alexander again. That time just come off his boot and went out of bounds. So that rain still persisting here at Longford. Been a good day. I think the skills obviously have deteriorated. The fast pace of the game's deteriorated from the first 2 quarters because the conditions just grind you down and you can't do much about it. Lowe just overran it. They go back in. Handball comes out. Here's Tubbs. Been pretty good in this last quarter. Tubb kicked a lovely goal a moment ago. Here's a chance for North, and both the players just ran into each other. Now Williams. Tubb, an opportunity. Alexander, that's desperation. Really wants it. Ball just flicks out. Another kick quickly by Lowe. And in a bit of trouble there was Jonty Pitt. Ball ricochets. Kirkland just on hands and knees. Wants to hold it inside 50. Doing a good job so far. Who can come out of here with a goal? Williams just got it on his boot. Oh, there's the clever Wicks. Could go off the ground by Alexander. Alexander's kicked the goal, and that might just be it.
That could just do it for South Launceston. Alexander, and they moved it forward. They worked their socks off, South Donny, and just the weight of pressure at the end, and this ball just bounced the right way. It was a good pick up there, but Alexander in the goal square enjoyed it. And he's going to enjoy the celebration, but they haven't got it done yet. There's still a chance. There's 7. In fact, there's 8 minutes left in the grand final. And the scoring's opened up a little bit, Michael Maney. We just need to see another one from North.
Yeah, you just never know, do you? Anything can happen in a grand final, but gee, North didn't need them to kick that goal. Another goal from North would have really given them a bit of extra belief. I think they've still got belief, but that's probably taken a little bit of air out of their tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. So Madden in the ruck, can't win it there. Richards on the ground, Roney in there as well. Now it's been smacked out into some real estate. Here's one of those foot races on there. It's a great contest. There's 2 players down, 2 South players by the look of it are down to the ground. Richards now in front of the grandstand. Pops it up inside the forward 50. Into the glue pot again. And the umpire's going to call it because there's 2 South players are in the way and they're trying to get up. That's Godsway Williams there. I think he's okay. They clashed a few moments ago. And there's Madden trying to help him out. So I reckon Williams probably just needs to have a break. He's just saying, I've got mud in my hair. Or maybe he's saying he got a whack to the head. I think he's been told he probably needs a little rest. No, he's going to keep going here. There's the contest there.
Yeah, both of them.
It was a fair
Teammates.
contest. They just smacked into each other. So we're back into the action again. Tubb in the ruck. Knocks it down. Nearly grabbing it was Donnellan. Here come North again. A lot of pride in this footy club. Reaching down that Sullivan's first. Sullivan slipped over. Lyons then comes in to butter up. Sullivan goes back again. That was good from Sullivan, but he may have given away a free kick for a high, and he has done, and that's a little frustrating. The South player was claiming, hey, give the ball back to me, but it rolled straight to him.
Yeah, I think you can excuse that today.
Yeah.
Slippery ball.
That's right. We can't kick the ball properly or handball it without any pressure on us. Now that's been cut off. Now that's gone the other way. What a turnaround there. So the free kick went to Lyons. He kicked it into the player in the mark. He then got the ball and gave away a free kick. The short option's on. And it probably wasn't the best one again. Maybe just get it forward. Trying to provide some pressure there was Jordan. Hands and knees of the players. Once again, out the back of the pack's the place to be, but you just don't have enough time with another player, and that is Deegan Madden descending on him, and he dragged him down. Target in there. Now we've got a race on here, and it's a nice tackle as Clark pins the South Launceston defender Williams to the ground. He's had a little bit of work on himself at the moment. He's going to be a little sore.
Ball up. North in attack. They need something from this scrimmage here. And Richards, who's been a man possessed in this last quarter, started the quarter off extremely well, and he's run down the wing there a moment ago. He was just full of intent. Lowe clears the area. Donlan got it on his boot. Pitt slipped, got back up, fights hard. Trudgeon comes in. Been impressed with the way Trudgeon goes about his football.
He's been good after quarter time, hasn't he?
Yep, nice and clean with the footy. Gets back, defends, and then can run forward. Yeah, he's liked his game a lot. I think he's got plenty of talent. Be a good player. With a little knock on to the line. And it'll be another ball in. So time ticking away. How many minutes have we got left here? Or it must be into the four.
4 to go.
4 to go. Boundary throw in. Tubb. Jordan off the ground. This way, that way. Tubb just got it on the boot. Need a freakish goal here from somewhere. Can they get one? South defending hard. Sullivan is there. Also fighting for it. Tried to kick it off the ground. No free kick. Gee, it's sloppy and terrible there. Jordan off a step. A North player's got to take the mark. Rossett in the lights, I reckon. Here's an opportunity. Sullivan. He's going to kick a goal, is he? No. Right on the line. And it's been defended. Beautifully done there by Lyons, who just got back.
What a party pooper Lyons was.
I'm sure the Holt brothers will be singing his praises. So South out of trouble.
All right, so South are holding on. I tell you what, North are coming. They're just going to run out of time, you'd think, as Tubb and Williams have battled hard. As a slingy handball. Geez, he's going in there, Alexander. He took the knees out and the legs out from the North Launceston. Williams, you're right, he is possessed at the moment. The captain of the NTJFA rep side early in the year too. And we're seeing exactly why he has that role, Will Richards. And out of bounds, left forward pocket.
What about the hardy supporters that are out there?
Yeah, there's plenty left too. And there are plenty of standing out right on the fence. A massive thanks to Martin Duffy just being a bit cheeky there. This is the grand final. They're trying to find a way to win North in slippery and slippy conditions. Yeah, still a chance. Still a chance. Into the middle now. Trying to grab the footy is Quarrel. Very difficult as South have pretty much blocked this all up. Off the ground was Berwick. Still fighting for the footy, not giving up here. North Launceston. Their head was a decent implement to try and barge through, and the umpire's going to come and ball it up. Just a massive thank you to all the people that got this going. Thanks, Michael Money, from coming down from the coast. Thanks to the Duffettes, they've been outstanding. I know they've got 3 productions going today, STJFL, AFL, and a massive thank you to the Longford Junior Football Club. Johnny Dodd and his crew, they've been magnificent at short notice to take on this grand final. And it's still North Launceston. Full credit to this 16s North team. They've absolutely thrown everything at it. And we've got a minute left. And it's going to be cheers all around for South Lonnie. Michael Maney, take it out.
Yeah, it certainly will be. But I think that fast start by South Launceston, that held them in good stead, didn't it, when the ball was still reasonably light. And they got a really quick break where they got goals to Wicks and Shaw and Liam Walters. They got a fast start, and Harrison Stewart just getting one in that first term. But they established a break, and that's pretty much the break that they have right now. South Launceston, Harry Summers, who could forget that wonderful goal from the pocket. He's kicking the ball forward now. He's been a very, very good player for them. Time ticking away, getting really close now. Half a minute to go in the grand final. South Launceston's going to win it. And it's got to be said, they've deserved it. Donlan off the ground. Just mowing over the top there was Quarrel. And just wanted to take a couple of victims with him on the way through. And the free kick will go to Wicks. And he's just going to take a little bit of time here. Wicks thought about kicking it sideways, and now he decides to play. And there it is. The grand final's been won by South Launceston in the Division 1 under-16s. And they celebrate, and why shouldn't they? off to a fast break, established a lead, was able to maintain the momentum all the way through that game, and they celebrate. Not many clean players in there as the steam comes off the players. 7-9-51 to 5-4-34. A very, very good victory by this talented team. There's about 8 or 10 of them in that side that have got big football futures, no doubt about that. Goal kickers for the winners. So we had all single goal kickers. So let's go through them. Wicks, Shaw, Donlan, Summers, Walters, Alexander and Madden. And goal kickers for North Launceston, all singles as well. Tubb, Dwyer, Stewart, Pitt, that's Jonty Pitt, and Lachlan Shea. But full time in this grand final of the Division 1 under-16 boys, and what a victory to South Launceston in trying conditions, but just handled the ball better, had a little bit more system. North never gave it up at any stage. They stuck to it, but they were outgunned in the end.
Yeah, I thought actually Nick Roney actually made some good changes, and I thought they probably threw a fair bit at it, but just that, as you say, the fast start. In the end, though, those small forwards I mentioned a few times in Shaw, Wick, Harry Summers was involved on a couple of occasions, and William as well. They just had a little bit too much. And then just the half back of South too led. Madden was down there, Ollie Wilcock-Davis, but I think for me, Will Richards, he wasn't too far from the best and fairest award in the recent NTJFA count. He's a captain of this club, captain of the NTJFA rep team. He was a master in the back, but full credit. I thought North Launceston had plenty of good players. Berwick was really good. Max Roney had a really good first 3 quarters. Pitt really tried hard. Trudgeon was probably in the end their best. Even Schilling off half back was really engaged. And Alex Tubb late. But yeah, wonderful day. And there's the North boys. I'll be disappointed, but there's quite a few of them will be around next year. And they'll be trying to take it on, and a lot of them will be playing PSL footy not far away too. There's plenty of beauties there, but it's been a ripping day here. And thanks to you, Michael Maney, as well. Yeah, fantastic day of football. Well done to everyone concerned to get it up. A late change to have it out here at Longford, and I'm sure that all the administrators, all the people involved will be extremely happy that this day has been able to be conducted. Of course, who would have thought AFL finals in Tasmania? Wouldn't have thought that, and maybe there's another one on the cards for next week. But yeah, just a brilliant day's football. Aaron, you've been here since Sparrow, as they say. Yep. And a long, long journey for you today, but congratulations to you and the way the whole thing's been conducted. Martin Duffy sort of pushing all the dials and having this live stream for Duff TV. Another outstanding performance by them. So yeah, it's been terrific. I've seen some wonderful football today, and the girls are improving. We know that, and they'll hone their skills again through an off-season and a pre-season. But yeah, fantastic day of footy. Right, I think that's a wrap for us, isn't it? We've got to pack up, go home. You've got to ride home. Thank you, all those people involved today. There's a thumb from Martin Duffy. We're going to tune out here on Duff TV. We hope you enjoyed the action here, and it's goodbye for now.
In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that there's still a place where you can sit back and relax. Bennett's Driveway Service, now at Snug, Lerner Valley and Sandy Bay. For more than 40 years, Bennett's Petroleum has been there for all Tasmanians. In today's world of self-service, it's nice to know that